Stupid girls. Hey guys, how's it going? It is either real Randy Chavez coming at you today with a Veve OMI update video. We're doing Earth 2 as well, and we got a lot of stuff. Guys, if you're new, welcome. Not welcome back. Love y'all. Come and say hello to Dachi. Hello, Dachi. Commenting, liking, and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon and smashing that super thanks button down below. Ooh, super chats as well. We do have quite a bit to go over today. Well. We'll start off with some Earth 2, and then we'll go over some other stuff, and then we will have an interview with the man that sold 90 ounces of silver and 1 ounce of gold to get the gold and silver Veve logo. Yeah, all right, so we'll go and get the this Earth 2 bread first. So we have a question saying, Shane, will the upcoming white paper specify the selected chain technology? Going to guess no direct answer to Polygon question, so trying this route. And Shane said, for the token, yes, as in the token will specify the selected chain technology. We're not 100% sure. We've got the white paper. I mean, they want to get out by the end of this year for Earth 2, but they want to go and do, I would say, have the token out in the first half of 2024. So even if they don't get the white paper out right away and they get it out in Q1, okay, that's fine. We'll get the token on exchanges either that same quarter or the next quarter. So even if we don't get the white paper for Essence this year, it is going to be Q1 of next year, and that's why I'm saying Q2 for. So all of this is good. The next 6 months are going to be very, very interesting for both Earth 2, OMI, Grumpy Cat, Bojack, all this jazz. And yeah, I wish I had more money to go and put at this stuff. I just don't. I have to rearrange some travel plans for next month in order to go and but they don't know about that yet. They don't know that I'm canceling on them. And hopefully I can still go to France. We shall see. I'll keep y'all posted. Anyway, we have another question saying, hey Shane, thanks. I hope you can pop in sometime to give us an idea on when we can expect a couple things. And Shane said, the first video that we're going to drop will give some indication of the progress we've made on Earth 2 version 1. The second video is yet undecided what we're going to show, but it may include some gameplay, which would be cool. The second video we show also depends a little on whether something else happens in time or not, and we'll just leave it at that. Be advised that when the white paper comes out, originally we were supposed to have 5 billion Essence tokens, and now they're looking like it's going to be at least 1 billion less tokens. So super duper excited. If I wasn't excited before, you can bet your bottom dollar I am now. So Jolipa says, hey Shane, I have questions. One, merging tiles, splitting tiles still planned, and all that. And Shane says, I think I have answered all this in the past. Both are complicated and require a lot of thought before we approach it. It's come up numerous times. We have higher priorities unless we want to delay something else, which you don't. And then Shane says, I think all are active now, linking perfectly together, 2 places for Ether and 4 for Essence. Again, that's right now, which is pretty cool. And then we have, we'll go over a little bit of Bojack and a little bit of Grumpy Cat real quick before we go on. So Grumpy Cat, we'll search over on the CoinGecko and see what that's been doing today. And then we'll do the Bojack, then we'll do OMI, and then we'll get to some Veve news. Ooh, Grumpy Cat went down a little bit, went down a lot, 19% at a $1.1 million market cap. Oh my God, I can't wait to buy. I hope it stays down here. I need a couple more weeks, maybe a couple more months. I don't know. I'll keep y'all posted. But yeah, I'm not gonna be able to buy it before the stuff comes out. There's a lot of cool stuff coming. Anyway, so that's a Grumpy Cat. It still has about 115,000 in volume, which is pretty decent, all things considered. I would say let's go to Bojack real quick and see what the Bojack is doing. Bojack finally has over 300 wallets. At 500, I'll go and do a giveaway. At 750 wallets, I'll do a giveaway. At 1,000, I'll go do a giveaway, et cetera, et cetera. At a certain amount of market cap, I'll do a giveaway. I will also do a part of a Bojack Horseman tattoo when it gets to a $10 million market cap. It's about 515,000 right now. Very light day, only up 1.49%. Had 930,000 volume. That doesn't make sense. Is it only $930 volume? This is a really oh my God, $1,000 can pump this up. Yeah, this had this had very little volume today. It had like $1,000 in volume. Oh my God, that's nuts. Well, it is the middle of the week. Usually you do happen to, hey Ernie, usually you do happen to have a little bit more volume towards the end of the week just because that's when people get paydays. Anyway, so we'll go on to the OMI right now, and then we'll go on to the VV news before we get into the VV stuff. All right. So before we get to the interview as well, got a couple minutes for that. The OMI's at $665,000 in volume for the day, up about 1.8% at 000062. There was somebody before that was on Twitter saying like, "Hey," and this happens every now and then. Every now and then you have high hanging fruit, which becomes low hanging fruit. High hanging fruit you can't get, and low hanging fruit you do. Where it's like, hey, I have a million OMI over on the app. I really either they didn't trust themselves going and bridging that over to from layer 2 to layer 1 to go on an exchange, paying all those fees, and then cashing out, being taxed on that. It's like I'll just, it's 600-ish dollars for a million OMI right now. I'll sell it for 500 for USDT, and somebody got that. I don't know who got that, but somebody got that million OMI. So again, every now and then, if you pay attention and you're prepared, you have the opportunity to get lucky, and you can get some pretty heavily discounted OMI. So we go into the chart right now, and we had a little bit of a spike about 20 hours ago over to the 000615, went back down, but it's actually not a bad looking chart today. I know you're seeing that in reverse, but you know what to look at. Anywho, we'll go to the VV news for the day, and then we'll get on with this interview. Let's see what we have here. Was booted. My brother. Oh, that was yesterday. Yesterday. All my troubles seems. Oh, so shout out to Maddie Boom Boom. It says, "Welcome home, Big Bird, number 1969." 1969 was the first appearance of Big Bird and the first appearance of Sesame Street. I don't know what year Cookie Monster came out. I do know if you take a look at the old school videos of when Cookie Monster first came out, it is nightmare fuel. It is like, oh my God, how is this for children? But alas, it was for children and they were okay. Anyway, shout out to him for getting the 1969, the year Big Bird was made. Colonel Stats. Oh my God, this dude says VV official. He's got 12,000 comics. He says, "Let's go stacking collectibles for decades to come." His 12,000th comic was a Avengers number 8. It was a common for $45. I think it was pretty cheap. But this dude is a mad lad. 12,000 comics, 300 sets, well, 301 sets, 2,186 collectibles, getting 10,000 points a day. Oh my God, over 4 million points. That's just incredible. Jesus. We have had, so we're going to talk about the gold and silver logo in a little bit. We have currently on the new Stacker website that Dr. Profit has just brought out with his team. It shows you the sales data and the wallets of everyone. So this happens to be of the gold and silver VV logo. We've had 5 gold and silver VV logos sell within the last 5 days, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's say, and the average price would be around 47.50, give or take, which again, not bad. So a bunch of these were listed at 4,500. They were bought up, and then one was bought at 5,400. So I think the cheapest right now is after it was bought up. There's a couple people that listed. I think it's at 5,150 is the bottom price right now, and this does not include the sale of the one that was for charity for the First Responders Children's Foundation, the one that David had auctioned off. That was, I don't know if well, it was publicly, we have somebody that said, oh, they must have bid higher than 5,500 because that's what they bid. I was way outbid. I think I bid like 4,700 on that because that's the only amount of money that I could have gotten at that time to pay for it. Again, I'm surprised it didn't go for higher because that is a tax write-off for a lot of people. A lot of times towards the end of the year, what a lot of business owners will do, saying, oh, we have like a couple 100,000, in excess profit. We don't want to get taxed on this. So let's go and buy a couple of things that we may or may not need for the business, for the home or whatever. And they'll go and write it off on their taxes. So this would have been perfect for that, just because it does go for charity to the First Responders Children's Foundation, which Al Kahn and his wife Jillian, they go and run. And then you had the, having lunch or breakfast with Al Kahn, and then you get all those things that come with that is just a really, really cool utility. Anyway, moving on here. We have, so talking about VV Las Vegas. So DCon next year will be in Las Vegas, and we have John Lee saying, Alex, I absolutely will fly over to bug you in Vegas if VV has a booth. I don't know if that's an incentive or a disincentive. And Reverend Alex G goes and responds, I would absolutely welcome that. I hope we go. So it's not decided yet. I feel like Dave and Dan will find an excuse to go just because it's in Vegas. The reason why they didn't go to DesignerCon this year, which is in Anaheim, I think it's in a couple weeks. I think it's on the 15th, my birthday. And the reason they didn't is just because when you go there, yes, there's a Tokidoki line, and Gary Vaynerchuk will have a line for his V friends, and that's cool. But for the most part, there's not really a lot of new people that really sign up for them there. So it's a great time to see the fam. It's a great time to go and party with your people and get feedback from your people. But again, there's not really a lot of positives for Veve outside of that. Whereas New York and San Diego Comic-Con each year, I mean, I think we had what, four, maybe 600 people from New York Comic-Con alone. I don't know the numbers of San Diego. That's a bit further back, but for New York, that's quite a lot. Very, very happy with that. And that's why I think they have no issue going to France as well, because France over has it is a crypto event. So you are going to want to onboard some crypto people. That's a really big thing. How a lot of us really found Veve in the first place was because of OMI. So you help build out the token, you help advertise for that a little bit, which they should start talking about again in January. That'll bring a lot more users. And we have, moving on here, Secret Rare Miles Morales that had sold this morning for $7,500. It was mint number 182, so shout out to that. And it was Somsack. I don't know who Somsack is, but they're number 360 over on the top 500. So he's in the top 500 wallets at number 360, just above me. I think I'm at like 378 or something. And Mr. Trackstar had sold it. So this is kind of just a trade in between the top 500s. Mr. Trackstar is number 412, or at least he was this morning. Might be different now. Let's see what we have here. I'm sure you get a lot of, get a lot of messages. Initiated, trading. Pokemon Horizon is going to be on Netflix on February 23rd, so that's going to be cool. So I told you guys I had confirmed Jeremy Padawar to be the number 200th on the podcast. He'll be my number 201. It'll be like 1 to 2 weeks. I don't know when that'll be. And then Ajuri Nigalale, or Ngalali, I think that's how you pronounce it, senior advisor to the president of Nigeria. He will be number 201 probably in like a couple weeks after that. It's going to be a really, really interesting end of the year and then beginning of next year as well. So moving on. Fanny Carbonell going and making Collectors at Heart translation for the French people, the people in the France. So I can't wait to go see her again in January. That'll be fun. The winning bid for She-Hulk number 4, which is a one-of-one artwork that came out. So it's one of those artist proofs. I'll show you where that is on the app. It'll be right next to your profile. Just most people just don't have it. So on your profile, where you see the collectibles, and then you see the comics, and then you see the full sets, and then you see, it's over this way. Then you see the artworks. So on the artworks, it'll show a number there. Most of us have 0. For the people that are well off enough in order to bid on these things, you can tell that She-Hulk number 4. Oh my God, this just looks amazing. It's just all of the different She-Hulks in the multiverse. And you might see a couple of different She-Hulks in Secret Wars. So in Secret Wars, in the comics, on one of the ships on Battle World, where Dr. Doom runs it, spoilers, there is a ship of Hulks there. Like you see your normal Hulk, you see your Joe Fixit, you see your Battle World Hulk, you see your Gladiator Hulk, you see Red Hulk, you see Son. So in this Secret Wars that we're going to see in like 2027, 2028, whenever that is, you'll go see normal Hulk, you'll see Son of Hulk, you'll see She-Hulk, you'll see all of these different Hulks. You'll see Abomination come in. I cannot wait for that. But yeah, this is really cool. And again, people are paying multiple thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars for these specific one-of-one collectibles. These are going to be exceedingly coveted in the near future. They did, so again, shout out to Stacker, Dr. Profit's thing that I was showing you before. It's a new way to just see all the leaderboards. And on the leaderboard, if you go to Marvel and you go to the sub 100s, you get to see, Dr. Profit is number 1. He has 555 sub 100s, or 5% of all Marvel sub 100s in the supply. You have a random wallet that's number 2 with 126 items. And then number 3 is me. At 100, sub 100 Marvel items, now most of these are Marvel Mighties. This is almost 1% of the supply. Again, most are Marvel Mighties, and then you have I'm going to say a couple of them are Alligator Lokis. Those are really cool. Again, I thoroughly enjoy that. So speaking of Marvel Mighties, we do have the numbers on the Thanos copter. This is the new Mighty that's coming out. It is this little guy right here. So it's not first appearance Thanos. It's just because first appearance Thanos goes to the one that has the gauntlet or one that has the sword. So that's really cool. There's 1,800 of these at $25 per. It's a fairly low price. Expensive for a Mighty. A lot of Mighties are usually $13, except for the single ones. Captain Carter, which is just a single set, was $30. The Deadpool Chimichanga Truck, which is its own set, is $40. But this, they have less, and those had 6,000 editions each. This has 1,800, which means 1,710. So it's going to be about $42,000 for if that sells out, because it's going to be $25 each. And yeah, this is the scarcest, and it is the cheapest. I think, except for Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock was cheaper. I think he was $13, and he had like 1,600. But this is Thanos, and it's the first appearance helicopter, so I think people are super excited about that. Anyway, let's get to the comments before Bill gets here. Bill says, "Let's go." Boo says, "Let's get this bread." Third like, very nice. Thank you, Bill Gardner, for the first like, and thank you for being a member, Wes. Thanks, Silver Stack, for some of the most delusional people. So be advised, just because it's silver doesn't mean it's bad. Bullion silver. Actually, let's get him on. Okay. What up, brother?
What's going on?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's first time here, so.
I see. What do you have on your wall? Is that a fish?
Dude, my kid just got that. It's a Billy Bass.
That's amazing.
Remember those back in the day? They sing.
I do. They have. I saw one recently. Like, do you know the sea shanty?
I don't think so.
Once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. You know that one?
I remember these from back in the day where they did the McDonald's commercial. It was like, "Give me back that fillet of fish. Give me that fish."
That is
it was like in the 90s
memory.
or something. I don't know.
That is a big core memory that you just unlocked. But anyway,
yeah.
Somebody had that TikTok with those in there.
We had a party a couple weeks ago, and we ended up when my kid got that, everyone was talking about the commercial. So we started watching that, and then it turned into we're watching 90s and 80s commercials for the rest of the night.
There's a guy named Nostalgia Critic that, like, every year he just talks about old school commercials. And there was one that I remember watching, but it was like a core memory that was unlocked. It was about this guy that goes into IHOP and he gets like the red, white, and blue pancakes. So it's like whipped cream with like cherries and blueberries on them. And the guy next to him is like, "What's that taste like?" And he just goes, "America." And I was like, "Oh,
America."
It's such good marketing.
Dude, I'm so excited to be on the show, man. I've been watching you for years,
So we'll do a little bit of history here. B. Gardner, we've kind of found each other in the Earth 2 days in like 2020. Was it 2020 or 2021? I know super early.
2020, yeah. Yeah, it was like this January, I think. It was like we just missed that big. Well, we just missed the big purchase, but yeah.
Yeah, I started making content for that in December of 2020 because Earth 2 only released in November of 2020, so it was only like X amount of weeks prior. How did you find Earth 2? Like, what were you searching? Was it an ad? Was it something?
So I was on a job site with a business partner of mine, and he was like, we were talking about crypto for a while, and then he brought up to me, he goes, "Have you seen Earth 2?" And I'm like, "No, like, what's that about?" And he's like, "Well, it's this metaverse. They're creating this thing where people are buying up digital land." And I'm like, "Well, that sounds incredible." He's like, "Yeah, I'm just looking into it." I'm like, "Why? Let me buy it like now." And soon we pulled it up and we figured out how to buy it. And I think I bought my first property in Cyprus. I spent I think $10 for a $12 or 12 tile plot or something. And then I just started buying like crazy, all the beach spots, like everyone else,
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Wow, I can't believe you just purchased that. Don't you feel like that's risky?" I'm like, "Well, we're making good money. What's the problem?
Yeah. It's
Let's
10
just
bucks.
diversify a little bit."
Yeah.
And then then $10 turned into 1,000, and then I think I'm about 14K into it now.
Have you ever cashed out?
No, not at all.
Oh. Oh, so you
Never.
have
I only buy. I don't sell anything.
nice.
Well, I
We
take that back. I had to sell a few. In fact, you bought one of my civilians.
oh,
It was
which one?
I was selling something recently so I could just get the same civilians on the property.
Yeah.
And I saw that you bought it.
Which one was it?
It was like I think a Pharaoh for like $5 or something. A raid. It was like a raid commander or something.
Oh, yeah, some of those are so cool. Some of those like,
Yeah.
oh, this is legit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I purchase stuff every now and then on it. Some of the artwork is amazing, that people
Yes.
do. Yeah. The I remember when I first is like my first or second video that I had made, and it was most of America or most of New York was already bought. And then I'm like scrolling in, I was like, oh, there's actually still a couple things here. So I bought. I could have unloaded. I could have bought so much, but I was
I
like,
know.
oh,
I was reserved too at buying, but like smaller increments.
yeah,
And I just
because
wasn't thinking, like, I didn't even think of New York because, New York has historically been against crypto. So that kind of threw me back a little bit. I didn't think about the AR capabilities. I was more or less thinking of the digital land, like what Crypto Rain really profited in that
with Axes, yeah,
Axie. Yeah, yeah,
Raythax had that as well. Raythax
yeah,
has that. I've been trying to get him on. I think I might go to his wedding next year. Um, if we have that metaverse, he might do it in metaverse and in real life as well, which would be really
yeah.
fun.
That'd be awesome.
But I go to New York and I was like, I think I only spent like $10 in there because it was like I think $2.50 a tile, and where I was buying in uh in Brazil and like Russia and China, they were all
Yeah,
like 18 cents a tile. So it's like, oh, New York is so expensive now, and then it went up to like $60. I was like, oh, I messed up.
yeah. Same thing happened to me, and I was just like, I don't want to spend. At the time, you don't think that it's going to explode, and
Yeah.
you're like, I'd rather buy in the cheaper areas, but you don't think about it at the time, and then you learn. You know. In fact, I went in the Lone Wolves chat right before this. I'm like, whoever's coming, they got to come hang. So Nizza said he's coming. We'll
I
see.
love the Lone Wolves. Oh yeah. What's up, guys?
Nizza.
Oh, my friends. Oh my God. Hey, there's the real Chandy Revez. These such weird
Yeah,
pictures.
I was buying jewels today for 4 cents.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, I think I bought like 500 of them or something. But I'm just, I just keep building.
I remember when gold jewels, I was like, they were like 90 cents. They were under $1, and I was like, all right, guys, I just swept up all the gold jewels under $1. Fight
Yeah,
me.
you're
And I
like,
was
this
like,
is a deal. I remember that.
but I've never sold
Yes.
the jewel though. I've never sold a jewel. I'm very happy about that. Um,
Yeah, and that's a good point. Like you saw the future. I see the future too. And I did the same thing with OMI. My first million OMI, I paid $6,000 for. That's a
yeah,
lot compared to now.
yeah.
But I just DCA'd, and now I think my dollar cost average is like 0.0008.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
You?
yeah.
Oh, wow. You got how much money do you have? You don't have to answer the exact number if you don't
No,
want.
I've had almost 30 million.
Nice.
And I would have more, but I honestly was buying the collectibles at first because I was like, the crypto sounds cool. And I wanted to get a little bit of it, but I like the collectibles. I was
Yeah.
like, these are going to be insane in the future. And so I put, I think, maybe 25, 30,000 into the collectibles. And then I was like, okay, I need to start stacking OMI now that it's so cheap. So I got a real late start on the OMI. So I just picked up 2 million like 3, 4 days ago. I'm gonna pick up another 2 million probably in the next day or two. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I would say
I'd
eh,
like to get to 50.
I think I mean we likely have another 6 weeks. I would say just to stack,
Yeah,
because there's definitely going to be an influx of people, and not a ton, but when people see at the event, at the crypto event in France, what Vivi's doing, it's not like they're at San Diego Comic-Con where they're just part of the Marvel booth and they're only
right.
allowed to talk about Marvel things.
Yeah.
Um, this is going to be, hey, we're talking about all of Vivi and encompassing all that it does, and they're going to talk about the token. It is a crypto event after all, so it's going to be. I'm very very excited.
Yeah, just like with her too. I mean, I'm just gonna keep buying anyways. So I'm not selling till 10 cents.
I might take a little bit before then.
Hmm.
So here's the thing, like like when it rains, it pours.
Yeah,
But on the opposite end of that spectrum, when things are going good, they're going good.
right.
So when I have that day in the sun and the bull market kind of returns, and
Yeah.
suddenly I get offers for like, and I still get offers for like, hey, promote this project for like $2,000, and it's like, oh, I can't, because they're all trash.
Yeah. Well,
Like if it
honestly,
was
if
a
I
good
had as
project,
much as you had, I probably would sell in probably starting at 1 cent. You
yeah,
know, I would sell all the way up to 10 and beyond, you know. Um, but I know that to make it rain, I gotta sell at a higher amount,
yeah.
you know.
I think that on the OMI front, when as the bull run kind of takes hold, and suddenly, I go from having 35 people here to 300 people here again, and the deals of good projects start coming in, and it's like, okay, make 2 grand here, 3 grand there, on those types of things. I won't really have to sell any OMI
Right.
at that point, because then
Yeah.
the good money kind of starts coming in. So I mean, I definitely should and probably will sell, but that makes such a great story. If like, oh, this man hasn't sold for 10 years,
Right.
by like
Yeah,
2030.
I'm definitely selling like 90% this run.
Yeah,
I hear Wes and all about, oh, well, it could be a crypto adoption and then everything's not going to go down. But, I'm just following the history,
yeah,
and I didn't sell last run. Um, and that was a learning curve for me. And I
same.
just kept
Yeah,
buying. And, but it gave me a better entry points. I had Cardano. I started buying Cardano at 17 cents and it ran all the way up to $3. And I was like, um, I think it's worth 10. So I'm not
yeah,
selling. And I've since dollar cost averaged, and that's probably one of my second biggest holds. Um, and I'll sell 90% of that probably when it gets to $5, $10, something like that.
yeah. If I go, and this way, I'll just sell a little bit here, a little bit there, a couple million there, a couple
Yeah.
million, on the way up.
Hmm.
10, I'll probably take a decent chunk, but I won't at 12. I won't afford. I might only sell a little bit more at like 15, and then 20,
Yeah.
because then
Yeah.
I mean, most likely, and I had a comment like, what are the odds? It's hard to say because
The odds are really good.
we
Financial advice.
you
If
heard it here
now
first,
now
folks.
obviously if we're into 2024 and homie is still under a penny, the odds are probably bad, I would
Yeah,
think. It all depends on how fast it runs up. So I might end up actually having to sell at 5 cents if I have to, but I'm
yeah.
gonna try not to.
I mean, the
But
the
under five
pendulum.
cents, it's not worth it to me, I don't think.
Yeah,
I'll just hold on to it. And actually I've only put 4 million into the app because I don't want it locked up. And I would rather stake it in the bear market,
yeah. I have
when I buy it for less.
Yeah, it's true. I had what was it? Got a little bit more today on the app. It's just I want it on the
Yeah.
app because then I really don't want to go through the process of bridging back to layer one and then selling.
Right.
so if I have it on the app, it forces me to hodl, forces me to have those diamond hands.
I'll tell you,
Unfortunately,
my 14-year-old has 1.2 million.
awesome.
Yeah, and he's super psyched about this run. He also has his own collectibles on Veve,
That's
so he's pretty
amazing.
psyched about it.
And you guys have that with because they can't KYC, right? Because they're not 18.
No, it's under my wife's account.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, she doesn't really she's not into it. It's kind of weird, but I think she'll grow into it as the community starts to grow and stuff.
Yeah, once you guys go to Arizona and she meets some of like the fam, and it's like, oh,
Right.
okay, these aren't
Yeah.
like
She'll see
weird
there's
people.
other women in it,
Yeah,
you
yeah. And
know.
once she sees like, and not just like other women, there's like they're cool and good people as well.
Right.
It's hard to tell. Like for me, like 99.7% of people that watch me are men,
Yeah.
and and so they're probably a lot of single men. But you have although that's something that I do see a lot whenever I go out to places, and I meet, the subscribers and then their significant others.
Hmm.
I would say 15 to 20% of the time, their significant others will say, "My husband or my boyfriend, they watch you all the time. They watch you in bed. They watch you." I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh." So
Well, that's what I was bringing up to my wife about France, and I'm like, Randy wants us to go to France, and
where we
she's like, I know, but uh, we are getting back from Cabo like on the 7th.
okay,
So for us to like go to France after that, if we didn't have kids, I would say probably we could. But we
right.
also have dogs.
Oh, puppy,
So,
yeah, yeah.
when you're gone for two weeks already, and then you're gonna go for another week somewhere,
Yeah.
it's kind of hard on the animals.
So I do.
We have two mini Australian shepherds.
Oh, puppies, I love that. I
Yeah.
have an idea. This is probably not the best idea, but I
Mhm.
mean, 14-year-old is probably responsible enough. They're like, oh yeah, just watch the dogs, and that's the beauty of it. You're already packed, so you just.
Yeah, true.
But no, I understand. I'd be like,
But I'd be
oh,
out of the country,
14-year-old
something
might throw some
happened.
wild parties. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. Take the fish with you, so that it don't break the fish.
Yeah, the big bass.
Yeah,
I thought you might like that.
I do. I love that. I love all my animal statues. Yeah,
I got this super ugly couch. If you can see it,
that looks nice.
it's
I'd nap on it.
extraordinarily ugly. We got it for no, I'm in my video game room or hangout room, and we made sure we got the ugliest couch possible. If anybody was
I'd take a
wondering.
nap on it. I think that's fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I would, so, so we have
Is
tell me about, and you could do as much or as little information as you want. In order to go and purchase this amount of OMI, and in order to purchase a lot of the land that you have in Earth 2 and the gold and silver Veve logo, uh, you have to be making a decent amount of money. Tell us
yeah.
what you do and and why you do it.
So I have a lot of avenues of money,
Mhm.
but my main avenue is I have a construction company, but it's technically probably mostly painting, but it's for like the rich of the rich. And so I run the construction projects that go on for years at a time. And there'll be multiple jobs for clients that they even make us sign NDAs. So we can't really discuss certain properties and what goes on there or what's happening. But um, like I have one client, I have no idea who they even are. It's pretty
That's
wild.
why.
Yeah, there's
So,
Secret Service there, and
oh God,
there's black SUVs, and I'm not allowed to know who they are. And I've been to three of their mega complexes, and I still don't know.
okay. So when you go and do something for a client like that, when you get draws from them, where does it come from? Do they like
So
from?
I work with a construction general contractor, and they oversee the project, and they also have NDAs that they sign, and then they consultate with that client, and I don't ever speak with them. And it's just architects that speak with them, and there's round table discussions, and then the information's brought to me.
So when you have how many draws do you get? Like, so some of these projects go for years at a time. Like, you can't just wait till the end to get paid. Like, you
Yeah,
get the draws.
I usually do it every 2 weeks.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
when I
What's up,
used to
Magic?
go, we love magic. When I used to go and
Magic
do
great.
the high risk lending, I would say a good 25 to 35% of my clients were in like the construction business, and a lot of people don't realize that
Yeah,
it's that they're always owed like tens of thousands, or probably in your case hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they have to float that money while they go get new equipment and materials for the next job, and they have to pay their people, and it's just
yeah. The last
like,
project I was on was for that client. That we finished. I'm currently on a project there. Um, that they bought a new property with racehorses. Um,
oh, that's awesome.
but the other property, one of their main complexes, they built a English cottage that was hand hewn stone, and the project was just to build the cottage was probably 30 million.
Oh my god, so
Yeah, yeah, and for Ohio, that's crazy.
yeah,
Like in Florida, that's nothing, but it was a beautiful home, and
yeah.
we had I oversaw 20 different painters, and four different painting companies, and we had artists from New York that flew in to striate everything, and I just kind of oversaw the whole project
Well,
for
I,
about,
I
I think for
I
about 12 months.
I do go to Ohio every now and then. How far are you away from like Dublin?
Uh, I was trying to hit you up last time I went to Dublin. Um,
Oh,
you were like, I'm not. Yeah, I think you weren't going for some reason, but we were on. My kid did soccer state champion or whatever
oh, that's
for
cool.
the private school, but so it's not that big of a deal. But um, it was still fun. But I'm about 2 hours from Dublin,
Okay, cool. All right.
and
So excellent.
we ate Jenny's ice cream in Dublin, and that's the place to be.
I have not had that yet, but I will.
Put it on the bucket list. Jenny's is it's so far the greatest ice cream I've ever had in my life.
Okay, that's a big claim, so
Yeah,
I will remember that.
with you got to
Last
get the waffle cone though.
Oh, all right, I could do that. When I go to last time I went there, I went to the gym with my friend's kid, and they have this uh like a I don't know what type of gym it was. It was like a LA Fitness or something, but it was like kind of high class, and
Yeah.
it was they had like ice cream in like the little market, like they had protein shakes and all that jazz. I was like, oh my
Hmm.
god, I'm getting ice cream. He's like, bro, like we just worked out. I was like, yeah, I know. Now I can replace the
Yeah.
calories that I just burned.
Yeah.
Um, oh wow,
Sometimes you
Planet
just got to do
Vampire.
it.
Yeah, Planet Vampire works in Dublin. Oh, that's really cool. I had no idea. I'll be there.
That's
I'll be there
awesome.
again.
Yeah, we should
Um,
do a meetup.
I'm in. I'm in, friend.
I wanted to hit up Magic. I'm only going to be in LA for like a day though, because we're getting on a cruise, so I have no idea, you know. But sometime when we go to California, I'll have to hit her up too.
All right, so I gotta mention this real quick. Pavle Punch Stanimirovic is a really cool dude. He's the one that got me my acting debut last year in that pilot, and he has cast me in his book Stealing Manhattan. Link down below. We're supposed to do that movie this year, but the writer's strike got everything all hecked up. We'll be doing that movie next year though, so I can't wait.
That's
It's cool.
awesome.
Yeah. All right, so
Yeah.
how did you get into investing in gold and silver? I got into it years
So,
ago from Alex Jones.
I'm kind of like you, Randy. I used to be a prepper.
Yeah.
Alex Jones, man. So, that was the very first thing I started buying. You know, outside of the other precious metal, lead, and but once you start piling up stuff so much, I kind of learned over the years that like you could stock up all you want in a real grid down situation, you're going to die in a matter of time anyway. So why not just live like that already? You know, you never hear like a collapse movie about the Amish.
Yeah.
You know, that just wouldn't be interesting. So I just started like growing a lot of my own food, learning how to garden. We have chickens. They're awesome. And I learned kind of, I mean, I'm not like a great gardener, even though my last name's Gardner, but you know, I have a greenhouse with an aquaponics system, and we grow vegetables. My wife's better at it than I am. And so, anyways, so I started buying all that, and then I just kind of kept buying it and buying it and buying it, kind of like I am OMI and some of the other projects. And then when it goes up, you sell when it's up.
Yeah.
So I've been listening to you for keep telling me to sell it, sell it, sell it, and I'm like,
Yeah. So it's over.
I don't know, you know. But then I'm like, well, you know, I wanted to sell it for a good cause, you know. And honestly, I didn't even think about selling it for the charity event. It didn't even occur to me. But then I got this thought, I think yesterday, and I was like, well, what if I sold my silver and gold for silver and gold Veve logo?
Perfect.
Right? I thought that
Very
was just
poetic.
kind of a cool thing. Like, who does that?
You did.
Right? And I made sure, I mean, I could have just done silver and I could have just done gold, but I was like, let's do both. And I, you know, I contacted my guy, and he was like, yeah, come bring it in. And you know, I made the purchase right before because I was scrambling to get home because I don't have it set up on my phone
Oh,
to you know, to
buy
make
the
that
down.
purchase that they
Yeah.
just released, I guess, on the app or whatever. So I was
So
scrambling home because it was at 4.2, and I'm like, oh man, I got to get this now. Yeah.
yeah, that's a really good.
And I
That's
just
like an
watched
awesome.
like two others get, you know, they just got bought up like instantly.
Yeah, we had 5 sales in 5 days. Six when you and talk about the one that was for charity. So
Well,
this one,
seven with me because mine wasn't on the list.
oh yeah, I wonder why that wasn't on the list.
It
Very
it would just happened.
Oh, that's
You
probably
you
why. Yeah.
sent you sent that message, and I was like, oh, you must not have hit refresh
Yeah,
because I literally just did it.
I went to look after. Let me go and see if it's on there now.
Yeah, or
Um,
maybe it only updates the next day.
it might. I think sometimes it depends. Let's all right. So let's see what we got here. We had the most recent one. Oh, I guess because it must not have been there for that long. It might not have registered as.
Yeah, is it
Um,
on there now?
are are you? Does your OMI wallet on the VV app end in C1OB?
I'm not sure. Maybe it
But it
was for 4.2.
Yeah, so it only shows what the floor price is, I guess, like right afterwards, which right now is 51.99.
It was 5,800 after I
Yeah.
bought it.
So the price goes fluctuations goes wild.
Yeah,
Um, but did you buy it at 11.08?
yeah,
Okay, then
yeah.
yeah,
I
I
rushed
might.
home. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Um,
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna freak out if this thing sells right before I load the money.
yeah. Um, ooh, so we got a Kilwin's ice cream is better according
What?
to
Where?
Ernie.
Where?
Finger red number one. Oh, it's got to be in Dublin, I guess, or close to it.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So I would say I know we'll have to get Planet Vampire in there next time as well because he works in there. My other, so I, go there right now. I have friends and kind of business partners there, but
Mm-hmm.
on I went there years ago. I have friends up in Tiffin. Have you ever been up there?
No.
Like the Gibsonburg area. I'd fly into like Detroit. Come get me there, and it's like God's country over there.
Oh, yeah.
There's
Ohio's beautiful.
there's nothing but woods and fields and roads, and it's actually where I saw my first ghost. I don't know if you ever heard me talk about that.
I don't think so. But
It's
I do know that a lot of the elites are like the rich of the rich are buying up a lot of land in Ohio. It's
it's
kind of scary.
BlackRock's been doing that a lot. So a
Yeah.
lot of people. I didn't realize this until like a couple months ago, because you always hear like, oh, these these rich people are coming in, putting in cash offers like 10%
Yeah,
over asking price. And I'm thinking like, who can do that? And then finally it dawned on me like, oh, BlackRock.
BlackRock.
Yeah, they've been adding real estate to their portfolio, and
Yeah,
they have 10 trillion in assets under management. So it's very, very crazy. Um,
right.
yeah,
Yeah, it's wild. That one customer that I'm currently working for, they keep buying just these mega complexes, hundreds of acres at a time, and like every couple months, it seems like.
yeah. So when we get into that, I guess Alex Jones just released a video game based on New World Order. It's a side scroller, some of the concept. Oh my God, that sounds so much fun. I'd
Yeah.
love to do that.
So getting back to Alex, like, um, he's great. I love Alex, but he's sometimes he's just too much to handle. And I just kind of like check him back for the news now, because you got to live life, man. You can't crawl in a hole and die.
Yeah,
But it's important to still know what's going on, you know, to a certain extent.
yeah. He's a. It's strange because I like one of the first videos I saw of him was like him in like a car with like a speaker on it, and it was just like the New World Order is coming after you. The New World Order wants to do, and I was like, this is wild, but like this guy's so interesting. So I watched
Yeah.
some of his documentaries like Terror Storm and the Obama Deception. I was like, oh, there's actually some journalistic stuff going on here, and
Yeah, well,
then
he's just like you, Randy, a little bit. Like you guys got like the same values. He's not like, Republican or Democrat. He's
uh,
like a libertarian, old school, like kind of like Elon Musk.
and
Like, yeah.
he so and then years later, it turns out, oh, hey, what's going on with Epstein? Oh, there's this flight log. And I was like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, didn't Alex Jones talk about this like 10, 15 years ago? I was like, oh, he was right the whole time.
And I was on a job site with those artists from New York, and that guy actually, funny story, he he works for those people too, but he was at a party and Epstein was there, and he unfortunately introduced Epstein to one of the first girls, I think, that was in one of the cases, and he didn't know who Epstein was at the time. But then
Oh,
Epstein had him paint his apartment in New York, and he didn't pay him. So he was gonna take him to court, right?
yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you're lucky you didn't end up in a body bag somewhere. And he ended up, I guess, getting paid though before it went to court.
Oh,
Pretty crazy
okay.
though.
Yeah, that's wild. Oh my God, that's
Yeah.
a small world too.
Yes.
Mm. Oh, what's up, Legacy? There's all right, so you get into the gold and
Legacy.
silver because of that, and obviously in Ohio, we all love guns. We all love
Yeah,
our
America.
all of our weapons. Um, and then so then we get into Earth 2 together, and you follow me to Veve.
So I
So,
followed you in your car videos and in the office, smashing Taco Bell. Um, and I just grew to respect you, bro. Like I was like, this guy is literally putting everything he has into these different projects, and like you're all in.
all in.
And dude, you didn't even have a mattress.
I, I,
And I'm like,
I
he's
have a
sleeping on the
mattress now.
couch. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's incredible. And then you did, you hit some good money, and you didn't sell, but like you were there. And one of the things that you said that really kind of stuck to me is you were like, I don't have a mattress because I sleep on the couch because it hardens me, and it makes me feel like, you know, that I need to hunger for something.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's really deep, because we can get real soft and cushiony in life, you know, and the fact that you were able to have that motto, I really respected that.
It was I still feel that way.
Yeah,
I do better when like my back is against the wall. I do better
yeah,
when I like have no other choice but to perform or to figure it out. And it might be just like a version of like sadomasochism where you just you need to have that in your life
Yeah.
to achieve
But I used
greatness.
to watch you. I started watching you. I started watching. Remember that guy with Earth Two?
Aria
He
Realty?
used to have the DeLorean in the background. The British guy.
Oh, Earth 2 Meta.
Yes. I don't know
Yeah.
whatever happened to him. Great
He,
video. You
yeah, he's a
know,
great dude.
there were so many great people I used to watch, and then I think one of them we thought passed away or something, but everybody
Yeah.
dropped off the bandwagon, and then I just kept watching you and just followed you into Vivi, bro.
Yeah. It was wild because we had a bunch of different we had so much come with Earth 2 at one time. We had a bunch of different people covering the project, and then um it was only me and Aria Realty making videos left because you had all those
Right.
Callum Upton, Kira TV, Penguin Zero making these FUD videos saying like Earth 2 is
Callum.
a scam.
Yes, I
And
was
he was
trying to
like,
remember his name earlier. Ridiculous. Obviously, all paid. All paid.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so that's the other thing why I really like these two projects. I mean, I like them for all the positive stuff, but they both had that Ben Gadenzi experience where Ben went into Earth 2 saying, "Come on, Go Chain." And originally Earth 2, that's why we're delayed like 2 years because we were supposed to go on Go Chain, and then they realized, oh, this guy's kind of a scam artist. What he did to Akomi, and now so they realized that they kicked him out. But he both kind of had that. Ben only goes into projects that are really good that can make a lot of money,
Yeah.
and that's just another like, oh, okay, he
And
wouldn't have
look at her
bothered.
too. I mean, it's incredible now.
They
I'm
still
I'm
have,
actually having fun rating.
yeah, everyone is. There's I
Like,
think 150,000 active users each month, which is
yeah,
a lot
like
more
it's
than Vivi has.
actually entertaining now.
Yeah,
And with
people.
Vivi, they're right there too. I mean, both incredible projects, and that's why I haven't sold anything really. I mean, I sold a few things in Vivi just to buy more things, though.
Yeah.
I've never cashed out.
So where's it? Oh, all right. So 150 kill wins round. I guess that's the address of the kill wins ice cream.
Is it in Columbus or?
I'll take a look now. I'll go on my good friend Google Maps and then we'll see what we got here.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, on the Earth too, the 150,000 active wallets each month. If you go
yeah,
on like just the web page, I think
yeah.
4 or 5 things a second. Someone bought a
And,
tile, someone raided, they got essence, they got ether.
right. And
Yeah,
I'm still into Earth too because I believe in the project. Let's go lone wolves, right?
yeah.
And it's the community, man. That it makes it fun. And you know, I'm excited for the future, and that's why I'm still in the VV too because of the community.
So
Strong.
so tell me why you joined the gold and silver VV logo crew. Tell us why you bought that and why it's important to you.
Um, well, I bought it because I love gold and silver, and I recognize that I can earn more money with it over time. Whereas gold and silver, it's I don't get dividends like I will with Vivi.
Yeah,
But most of all, I really got it for the community and the people that are involved in that program, like Sanjay and everybody. I mean, I could list the long list
yeah,
of people, but they've kind of made it like really cool. And they're doing the party thing. I haven't been to any of them, but I just thought it would. He's offering utility on top of the utility.
yeah. And
And
that's right
the
now.
more people networking, that's important. But I've always been there, just in the chats.
I see it all the time. One of my favorite people. I'm so glad you finally heard the song that I
Yes.
that I sing every
I
every
was like,
time.
what is this dude talking about? And then you sent me that video, and I'm like, that is incredible. I've
Yeah.
never heard that song before.
You never heard the Fifth Dimensions and the Wedding Bell
No,
Blues?
never.
Oh, yeah, it's such a good one. I'm such a sucker for old music. I
Yeah.
don't know why. I feel nostalgic about it, even though I obviously wasn't alive in the 50s or 60s, but it was,
Yeah. So when I got into Earth 2, I mean, really for me, a lot of this is about money, right? But that's how I always stayed with Earth 2 was it was about money. But with Vivi, it's actually made me love collecting, and I started getting into physical stuff, and I did bring out a couple things. If you guys want to do a show and tell,
Yeah, let's do it.
am I shaking my camera too much?
Oh no, you're good. I just got to. I'm just stretching the rotator cuffs.
All right, let me just grab a few things. So, okay, all right.
Ooh.
So you guys will recognize this. Let's see that
Okay,
guy.
let's do that here.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Recognize that comic?
So Tales of Suspense, which one?
Tales of Suspense 77. Better, like that. Maybe I should just do it in front of me.
Ultimo
Like
Liz.
Right? So it's
Yeah.
only a 5.0, but which isn't worth a lot of money. But I actually bought it on eBay. This was my first comic I ever bought. Wow. And I sent it in to have it graded. So it was just kind of a cool experience, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so I own 325 now of the Tales of Suspense 77 on Veve.
Is that your biggest stack?
Probably, I would think. I just keep buying them. I don't know why.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, I get that too. Like,
they're only like $2 or $3.
Okay, so if I search 77 and I go to comics, we should be able to see. Oh, I have to actually search Tales of Suspense. Okay.
Yeah, and it was like one of the first Silver Age comics we got. So I was like, I have to have this.
And so you have three. You said how much of the comic
325 commons.
Oh my god, it's incredible.
Yeah, and I have more of the other ones too. But you know, there's a lot of them. That one, there's 30,000. But still, I was like, man, I should just keep going. I'll probably get like 1,000 of them or something.
Yeah, I got 1% already. So what's your?
I just want to set them on fire.
Oh, burn them, yeah.
Right.
I would love it if we could get, burn 100, commons and get like this cool thing,
Let me show you some other stuff. Hold on. So now that I got, I'm in it now, man. Freaking Sean from Comics and Crypto. Every time I watch that dude, I'm buying something. It's ridiculous. But this I just thought was really cool. It's like a Japanese cover of Groot. Can you see it?
Yeah, I was wondering. Okay, all right, that makes sense.
And it's done by Scotty Young.
Oh, I love him. Yeah.
It's only a 9.4, but I just loved it and had to have it. There's only like a couple ever graded, I think. Like maybe 10.
Wow, that's really rare then. That's super rare.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I would have bought a 9.8, but they didn't have it.
Yeah, I love Scotty Young.
Here's one I'm hoping that we'll get. Transformers. So I was watching Sleeping Comics, right?
Yeah.
And he started talking about Transformers, and I'm like, I gotta have it. But check out the sketch on that thing. See the pink sketch?
Yeah, yeah.
And in the signature, I was like, that's so cool. I have to have that.
Sleeping, we'll get his hat on board.
Yeah, first appearance, first comic. And what else? Okay, so let's get into the more expensive ones, huh?
Ooh, let's get this red.
All right, let's talk.
Hi, Laura.
So, when growing up, I was a Ninja Turtles guy, right?
Yeah.
So I had all the Ninja Turtles. So have you read The Last Ronin yet?
No, I heard it was really good.
It's insanely good. It's like John Wick, but Ninja Turtles. And so like all the Ninja Turtles die. Like everybody dies except for one turtle. Oh. And the whole time he doesn't have his mask on. So you don't know who he is. And he's just pure John Wick, like they killed my dog, I'm gonna kill everybody. Yeah. So I got the first comic, but check out that sketch.
Oh my God.
Rocksteady. Is that cool or what?
Oh my God, a 9.8 and it's signed. Oh my God.
Yeah. That one's really cool. So love the story. So I ordered 100 of the new series that's coming out.
Yeah.
And I did that so I could get all the different variants, right? But then I found out that one of the guys, it's either going to be the it's not Kevin Eastman, but it might be another guy who's involved in the comic.
Yeah.
Might be there for when I pick them up. So I'm going to have him sign like 25 of them probably.
Sign all of them.
And I even have the VHS tapes for him to sign too.
Oh, that's amazing.
I know, it's so cool. So check this one out. So this is, I just love the colors of this. Yeah, I'm hoping the colors can come out. See that sketch? Look how violent that is. It's Splinter, right?
Yeah.
And he's a ghost because he's dead.
Yeah.
Cool colors, right?
Poor Splinter.
And that's painted in the corner there by the artist.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I thought it was really sweet. So, you know, I had to get into that. All right, I got more. Hold on.
While you're getting that, a buddy of mine just got a Ninja Turtle, like the first one, like the first print. I don't know what grade it was in, but the one that he got was like a. I don't know. Let me check to see what it was, because it's got to be like in the 5 figures.
Yeah.
What else you got over there?
This next one is close to that. So this one is super special to me. It's I'll show you the
comic on the wall.
This one's called a Line Breakers variant.
Did the 3 turtles die in that one too?
Yeah. It's all the same comic, just different variants.
Oh, that makes me sad looking at that though.
So my dad passed away, right? And this one reminded me of my dad. He died in my early 20s, so a long time ago. I'm okay about it now, but so you know, I grew up with the Ninja Turtles, and so I'm like, I have to have that comic. It reminds me of my dad, right?
Yeah.
So I bought that. There's only 300 in existence, of which 10 are signed with that sketch. So that comic is there've been confirmed sales of like $6,000. $6,000. So I have it on eBay for 7,500, but it's just kind of like flex.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it'll sell for that. But I actually had a guy that wanted to trade a 10.0 Ronin for it, and then I think Sean bought it instead of me. Because I told him I wouldn't trade. I can't do that.
Yeah.
So then like a week later, I show Sean. Sean goes, I got this 10.0.
It's like, damn you, Sean.
So yeah, so I had to get that. So I got another one you guys will recognize.
It's pretty good.
It's not signed though, but it's a 9.8. Cool. I bought it at the top. It was like $1,900.
That's cool. That'll be really good in the future.
Yeah.
I love her.
Right? Everybody loves her.
Yeah.
And I'll show more some other time, but I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, those are great. I see them on your wall. I see the.
Yeah, so that's Veve, man. That Veve got me into all that stuff.
It has cost me a lot of money too.
Right? I'm getting into all this other stuff. Like, I even had to buy this, even though it wasn't that big of a deal.
Does it say Little Monsters?
Yes. Blockbuster, though.
Blockbuster edition. Oh my God.
It was only like $40, but I'm like, dude.
The nostalgia. There's
I had to have it.
There's one Blockbuster left in like Alaska, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
And they have a TikTok. And when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, it made me like emotional. I was like, oh my God, this is incredible.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of nostalgia on there. I wasn't expecting that. I was like, this is so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It was just as soon as I saw it, I'm like, I got to buy this before Sean does.
You got making some people jealous. Magic, like,
I know Magic wants that comic.
I bet she does.
If I get a signature one, we could talk.
Ooh, oh yeah, yeah, she might like that. The still has your Blockbuster card. That's so cute. I love
Dang,
that.
that's insane.
Oh,
Wow.
I wonder how much those go for.
Oh, probably big money, I would think.
Yeah,
Somebody
I
else broke one out. I was watching a video. A guy had his too. I was a
oh,
little bit younger though. I remember going to the stores, but I think I was in my teenage years. I think finally when they started going down a little bit, right?
yeah. I remember the having that was like date night. It was
Yeah,
just. I
it's
remember also
incredible.
getting the. She'll trade the Blockbuster card for the comic.
If it goes up in value, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, we'll get it.
And then plus it's got she's going to have to sign it.
Hmm. We'll get that. We'll see if maybe imagine she wants you to go to France. Maybe if you go to France, so she has a bunch of my hats that I left in when she like snapped her knee. I'd like carry her comic books like
she
all
broke her
pick.
knee. So that
Oh God, where'd he go? Oh, there you are. You're back.
oh.
Yeah, she didn't like break. She tore like a ligament in there.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
I saw she had a cast.
yeah. Um, and then she had Really forget your hats, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah. So when she did that, she's like, "Hey, can you help me carry my like 55 comic books up to my hotel?" I was like, "Okay." And then we started talking, and then I left some of my hats there. One of which I think one or two is mine, and then one or two is my boy Ernie's. We got a couple of hats for him, and for all like
Yeah.
the gold logo hats. So we gotta pick
My
up the.
kid my kid says he wants to go to a Comic-Con. Yeah, I've never been to one.
Oh, they're really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Veve booth itself is incredible, and being right next to Marvel is really cool because there's always a lot of traffic. But they have like cars there. They have, I mean, every year like there's always a different kind of like a theme of what they have. Like in the past years, it's like Walking Dead or Breaking Bad or whatever's huge on Netflix.
Right.
But there's always a theme there. Awesome celebrities that you could see, and there's actually celebrities walking around, but they're all wearing like masks, so you can't tell who they are.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, right?
Yeah.
Dude,
But
I wanted to win that charity auction. I was hoping to come to New York.
still can. Yeah, you can totally still can. There's
Yeah.
a there's a are you gonna come to New York anyway? You were gonna come to New York anyway at one point, right?
Well, yeah, at some point I probably will. I've always told my wife, I'm like, I'm not going to New York City. It's freaking dangerous. They're mugging people everywhere. And then I'm
Uh,
like, well, she's always been wanting to go to New York City with me. And I'm like, well, that'd be a good opportunity. And it was just an excuse for me to go, really. But
yeah,
I
I
might
mean
have to
come
come
for
at some
Comic Con.
point.
Yeah, I mean come for Comic Con. But even if it's not for Comic Con, come for uh do you know Wendy
Uh, Wendy, the
Smollett?
Mexico
Yeah, yeah,
Wendy?
yeah.
Yeah,
Little
yeah.
Mexican, yeah. She'll be in New York, I think in April for NFT NYC, and there's a couple of people that we're gonna kind of meet up with. So if not for Comic
Oh,
Con, you
yeah.
can come for that. It'll be a little less crazy, not as many people.
Okay.
Um, but so yeah, I'll give you a couple dates on when
Yeah,
it's
we'll talk for sure.
yeah. I mean,
I've
right
been
now
looking for an excuse. I've never been. So,
it's fun. It's right now it's just it's cold. It's so there's stuff to do. Like you can go see the tree at Rockefeller Plaza. They have this giant ass tree that they fly in, and it's
yeah.
awesome. Um, but it's just really freezing, and a lot of the stuff is still fun to do. It's just not as fun because the air hurts. I mean, you're from Ohio.
Yeah, it's like 20 degrees here. I'm like, that's why I got the hat going. I'm like bundled up.
Yeah,
Freaking cold out
it do be
for
cold out.
sure.
It do be freezing. Oh yeah, three hats total. Copy that. Um, so I'm glad. So yeah, try to do. Will you go to San Diego next year for the Comic Con?
I'm not sure about San Diego, maybe.
No.
Now that I got a logo, it kind of changes things a little bit.
Yeah, it's horse of a different
So
color. You have to go and get
yeah,
the got to go and get those cards to redeem those. And then also, there's a lot of physical stuff that we get now too. Like we got physical Funko stuff, which is really
yeah,
fun. Um, yeah. So
yeah. I'd
there's
have
a
to
big.
have like California is a lot farther for us. So
Oh
New
yeah,
York,
that's true.
New York is an easier, um, stepping stone for me. But
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, my sister lives in Phoenix. That's why I'm going.
Oh, cool.
Her and her husband are paying for our cruise. I was telling her because of all the COVID crap, I'm like, I'm not going on a cruise. They're gonna just lock me down on a boat.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'll pay for it. Just come. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I'll go.
Yeah, I agree if you're paying, sure.
Yeah,
So I
I
guess
can't turn that down, right?
the Rockefeller tree just got hit by protesters that caused officers to fight. Oh my God.
Wow.
I wonder if what protesters it was like. Are they like the vegan oil people, or are they like the Israel Palestine people? Like what?
But
Omar, you
aren't
got
the
to give me more
vegan
than that.
oil people in other countries? Like that's kind of
Um,
happening in like Paris, right? Like
I
the
think it happens
Louvre.
that. Oh yeah, maybe. I feel like it happens everywhere, but who knows? Um, because like when I say about vegan oil people, the people that take oil and they throw it on paintings. So for people that just are not familiar with them, they
Did Kissy jump in the chat? I can't
uh,
see.
I don't see Kissy.
I just saw
Do we
one of
add
her
to this?
messages, wrong time zone or something.
Oh,
We got to get Kissy in here.
she's in Germany, right?
Yeah. Are you going to
Yeah.
visit her when you're out there?
I don't know how far away she is from Ramstein Air Base, because that's where, if I go to Germany, that'll be where I'm going, because that's where a
Yeah.
bunch of my friends are still stationed. Um, so so depending on how far away she is from there, yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be a great video if you guys were together.
I've uh, I've invited her on the podcast in the past, and she's like, "Oh, I don't know, I'd be nervous," and then I'll have a bunch of guys DMing me afterwards, like, "Well, you probably get that already." She's like, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah, I mean, girls are going to get hit on regardless.
Yeah,
Anywhere they go. Gas
yeah.
stations even.
I I remember it was like a year or something ago. I had to like make a video. It was like on like a long stream that I had, and there was just these like one or two guys that were being like super inappropriate. So I had to like block them or ban them or whatever. And I actually had to make a
Yeah.
video. I was like, hey, guys, like you can't do this. This is a horrible look. For one, if anyone's gonna watch these videos and read these comments, that's
Yeah, I
horrible.
mean,
And
I
then
remember all
two,
the girls that used to be on your show all the time, and like now they kind of like seem like they've kind of like dwindled. You
yeah, I
know,
mean, there's
like
still
where's Brittany in her chair?
yeah. So she's been busy. She's had I won't go into it. So she works for Hero, so she's still doing stuff. She's still
Oh,
out there, but she was at Comic Con at the Hero booth. But
okay,
she had a couple of big events in the last. Oh, hey, Kissy, there you are, hey girl.
Kissy,
She just had a couple of big events. But I
show
talked to her.
yourself.
Yeah, girl. Uh, but I talked to Brittany a couple weeks ago. She's cool. She's good. I'll probably see her again in a couple weeks when I get back to New
Yeah,
York City.
I remember
But
you used to have like shows. They were just all girls.
yeah, that was they made a Randy's Angels chat
Yeah.
where so that was fun. That was wild.
I mean,
This
people will start coming back around once things
Yeah,
start
the
going
market
back
comes in.
up. You know what it is. There's so much FUD going on. But
Yeah,
it doesn't phase me. I don't care.
yeah. Well, I mean, we've lived through some FUD
Oh
times
yeah.
before. Like the amount of FUD there is for Vivi is not as strong as the amount of FUD there was for Earth 2 years ago when you had all those big YouTube stars making the FUD videos.
Yeah. I mean, Rain, he broke it down simple. You buy when it's low and you sell when it's high. And so like when I didn't sell Cardano at $3, I sure bought it again when it went to 30 cents
Yeah,
and lower. And I know it'll go back to $3 because I already saw it physically with my own eyes.
no,
And it's only going to get better in the future. So Why would it not return to its all-time high or beyond? You know, same with OMI. OMI will get back to at least its all-time high and beyond.
I
So
would
buy it when
say,
it's cheap, sell when it's high. Like I did with the silver. You know, I was buying silver at $17.
nice.
So I sold it today. Was it today? Yesterday? Today. $24 an ounce. So that's what, 41%?
No,
Something like that.
yeah.
And the
So there
gold I
was,
was buying at 1700 and sold it for over 2000.
yeah, it was gold like 2,500. Oh
Yeah.
no, gold's
No,
like
it's
21.
depending on what the piece is, you know, it was just a
Yeah.
cougar and I sold.
Okay, yeah, that's just a 1 ounce coin. So
Yeah.
I was in the middle of this, I think when you came on. So
Hmm.
I like silver has a lot of uses, whether it's
Yeah.
for fillings or for weapons or for bolts, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Um, and they're good to barter with. Trying to barter with bits of gold is like impossible. Like you can't do it.
Yeah.
Gold's worth too much. But as far as investing, I like numismatic silver. I'll like
Yeah.
stuff like that. You have Peace or Morgan Silver dollars, something that's rare and scarce, like the Carson Cities, especially the ones that have GSA hoard on them.
Right.
But the bullion
Trump
silver,
coins. Trump coins are
yes,
like $50 an ounce right now or something.
that's amazing. Yeah, yeah, I love those.
Hmm.
The Mercantis are also really, especially the MS70 Mercantis are really, really nice, and
Yeah.
there's not a lot of them.
I was
So
even
I do like,
getting the silver walking liberties for like 17. And now you walk into a silver shop and they're at least 35, if
nice.
not 40. And even the US government's selling them for 50. Oh yeah, $50 an ounce. You go on their site and they were
Oh
selling
wow.
gold for like 2,500 or something. It was crazy. It's like you
Oh
guys
wow.
control the price and keep everything down, but then you sell it for double what you have it for. That makes
That's
sense.
government for you.
Yeah.
Um,
So I
yeah.
just had to get out of it though. You know, I wasn't taking profits, and I still hold, you know, quite a bit more, but I got to take profits.
The other thing that one of the cons against silver is, you had 90 ounces there, and that was worth about as much as the ounce of gold. So,
Well, if you were
if
looking
you
at the
want,
picture, it was actually 125 ounces.
oh, I did not, I didn't.
I had
But
that's for me to buy some more OMI too.
nice. Um, what I see a lot of my friends having an issue with as their wealth grows is like, hey, silver. It's not that it takes up a ton of room, although it can. It's just that it's heavy, and
It's super heavy.
to
Yeah.
transport all that silver, it's not a lot of money. It's like you're better off just getting gold. And
Yeah.
especially if you have a lot of money, we'll get the numismatic gold. A $3 Indian princess, let's say it trends like, I don't know, like 7, 8 grand or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to carry that than it is to, carry a couple of other things. So
Yeah, I made a couple mistakes last, it was like 3 4 years ago or something. I didn't buy rhodium at 2,000 an ounce, and I was
what's
going to
going on?
buy a couple ounces of it, and then it shot up to 20,000 an ounce.
Oh,
Rhodium's the rarest metal on the planet. It's used for coating like jewelry, catalytic converters,
hmm.
coins, and um, there was a huge scare for it. But usually the rich, they buy rhodium.
I wonder. So one of the things that I'm very curious about is in the next decade, let's
Hmm.
say 5 or 6 years, SpaceX will go and send some of their
Yeah.
satellites up to asteroids with
Yep.
mining equipment,
Start mining
and
them.
they will mine asteroids. So I don't know what that's going to do for the
Oh, I
price
don't
of
have
stuff
my
down
ring
there.
on me, but I have my wedding ring is actually a meteorite. Um, it's wrapped over top of platinum, and what it's cool about it, it's certified from Africa, from one of the meteor mines. And I thought, it's another planet. How cool is that? I mean, you're not going to get anything cooler than that.
I mean, maybe if like, yeah, no, you're not. Um,
right? Like it's not from here.
Wait, so what type of metal is it though?
It's different. There's no like unusual like elements in that particular.
Okay.
It's like
So,
there is iron in it, so I have to oil it, and I and
oh,
I and I can't take it like in pools or anything because it'll rust.
yeah.
Because but it's kind of cool in the sunlight. It sparkles like uh like a meteorite. It's really wild.
If I thought for a second you were telling me like it had something that wasn't on the periodic table, and I was
No,
like, what?
no, yeah. So most of the meteorites that we find, they don't have extra elements. So until we start mining on other planets or whatever else is out there, who knows? But we do know okay, so let's get conspiracy. So we do know there are elements that exist in UFOs. Um, the research that's been done, like declassified stuff, a lot of guys that have worked on reverse engineering, there's some kind of metal or element that they can't replicate because it's not from here. That helps them fly. Have you ever read any books or watched any videos from Stan Deyo?
No, I mean the Bob Lazar stuff from Area
So
51,
so
but
Stan
nothing else.
Deyo used to work in Australia in an underground base a long time ago. He's an old guy now, but he
Hmm.
used to reverse engineer a few pieces of craft they had there, and he couldn't. He could only do so much because it required some kind of element that wasn't from here. I know that sounds wild, but it's just a
So
thing.
that reminds me when we talk about underground bases, and in Ohio they have Wright-Patterson Air Force
Yes.
Base, and I had a friend of mine that used to work security forces at that
Yeah.
base, and yes, if you have secret clearance, you can go X amount of places downstairs. But
Yeah.
his job was just like, hey, check IDs, at this particular juncture or whatever. And if they scan and
Right.
it's good, you're good. So he wasn't actually allowed to go into some of the underground stuff. He would just scan the IDs of the people that did.
Yeah.
And like I don't know what's down there, and like not a lot of people do.
Yeah.
So
It's dark projects, right? Stuff that they funnel all the money into, and uh, they don't tell anybody about it.
yeah, I mean that's why there's a lot of things on the defense budget that has like a X or like a question mark where you don't know exactly how much funding they have.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's the they.
But there's
I
a
think
lot of, I think there's a lot of UFOs too that our own government made, that they keep classified, that just from technology that they probably reverse engineered, and they keep secret because they don't want the cat out the bag, right?
yeah, of
So
course.
I don't think everything is like from outer space. You know what I mean? I think that there are some things that probably aren't from here, but I think that there are craft that are from here.
Did you see a few months ago, my friend Nancy was actually able to go and question like the guy on like the UFO board or whatever it was, saying, "Hey, what
Oh,
are
really?
these?" Yeah, so she's a congresswoman now out of South Carolina's 99th district,
Okay.
and she's like, "Okay, so were there bodies piloting the
He
aircraft?"
said yes.
Yeah, and she says like, "Well, what were they?" And he said, "Well, they're non-human biologicals."
Yeah,
And I was like,
non-human
"What?"
biologicals. Yep.
So,
That's right.
and this blew up on TikTok. I was like, so the US government just confirmed the existence of aliens and nobody's talking about it. And it just blew up
Right.
on TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then there was people who are like, "Well, he's not confirmed." And I'm like, "Come on. It's clear. It's clear. Yeah, this
Crystal
guy
clear.
this guy knows what he's talking about." And I mean, how much stuff did they have how many videos do we have to watch of things um like that plane disappearing in Malaysia in 2014? Did you
I
see
remember
that
that
with the UFOs
flight.
flying around it? It was on fire and all of a sudden it just disappeared.
Yeah,
Like,
so yeah, there's a
there's some stuff
one
going on. Like the
one of
plane
the
legit disappeared. like it entered like some kind of gateway or something.
I yeah, there's a lot of one of the there's a couple of cool conspiracy, not cool, decent conspiracy theories that might fit. There's one saying, "Oh, hey, well, this plane, they never found the black box. They never found this." Well,
Yeah,
there's an island near where that plane's trajectory was. I think it's called like Diego Luna,
yeah,
and they're like, so some guys are like, okay, how long would it take to do a tail swap, where you just go in, and then you repaint the tail number, you destroy, and then it's like, okay, it would take X amount of times. Like, okay, well, what's to say that the plane got lost but didn't really get lost? It landed at this private airport. They did the tail swap of it, and then it flew somewhere else. Like, what was on it? What was the cargo on it? It's like, oh wow, this is, and then they put the box or the tracking device, whatever, in another aircraft, and then they,
yeah.
that crash. It's like, oh, I don't know. Um, it was. It's not bullshit. The government confirmed it. Um,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, I saw some posts that said that. I used to believe until the government confirmed it. It's got to be fake, right?
yeah. I
So
mean,
true.
so what is your favorite conspiracy theory? Conspiracy theory.
Oh man, I'm in it, bro. I'm in it. So I wanted to come on so bad when you were talking to what's his name from Earth 2? Uh,
Oh, tech ops.
Tech, my boy Tech. I
Yeah,
haven't heard from him in a while, but Tech, he's my guy.
yeah.
Um, yes, the conspiracy show, and I was like, dude, we got to talk about Hollow Earth and underground bases and the underground base in Antarctica, right?
They
So,
mentioned that in like the Godzilla movie. Like, oh, hey, there's these entrances, and so in Antarctica
yeah,
there are two guys that I served with that were there. And Antarctica is not like a deployment. It's like you're stationed there for like a year or like
yeah,
18 months or something. And they said that security forces has a perimeter where you can, like, here's your workstation, here's your living quarters, and here's where you're allowed to go to. And then security forces will be around there and it'll say, hey, you can't go past this point. And the official reason for that is that apparently some airmen like 20 years ago, they went exploring, got lost in a whiteout, and they just were never found. But
yeah,
I
because
I
that's
think
what people
the
do, right? They
I think the
explore in
unofficial reason is
negative
that
60 degrees.
I, I think the unofficial reason is that if people go exploring, they might find something, and I don't know what they'll find, and that's just the government's way of keeping people down there and not going too far.
Yeah, and then we have all the leaders, nations of all the earth. They all go down there for what? Why did the Pope go to Antarctica? Or who was it? I mean, just about everybody went down to Antarctica or sent somebody. Maybe the Pope sent his right hand guy. I forget what it was, but they all send people down to Antarctica for some reason.
And it's
Doesn't make any
so
sense.
the countries of the world usually don't agree on anything, but they
Hmm.
all agreed that, hey, Antarctica, nobody can own land here. We can all work on different parts of the land, but we can't own it. It's a
Yeah,
little strange, and that's why
very strange.
Chavez Topia, link down below, is in Antarctica.
I do own property in Chavez Topia, and
Look,
and Randy, I don't think I've ever rated you.
thanks, man. You can. I
Because
give you permission
I,
to rate me.
I know that a lot of people have, but that ain't me.
I go in there, I log in, and I just see raid, 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 raid. Raid. I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Well, you just got to collect.
yeah.
All you just got to do is hit the collect button, and I do it every morning and every evening. That's it.
Yeah, I should do it more often.
Yeah. You let me pass you up on the essence.
I know. What do you have? 41,000 now? 42?
No, 54, 55.
Oh yeah, I only have like 41.
Yeah, you're not collecting, man. That's free money.
I know. I know. I so like I yeah. I will make that a point
So,
to collect.
but that's not my biggest conspiracy. I've been. You ever get into the Giants?
So if this is the same thing, I I actually can't. Well, I definitely can't
Tell
talk about
me.
it on camera.
Tell
Um,
me. Okay.
there,
So
so
is
there
it
is.
in? Oh, is it okay? So is it the giant of Kandahar in Afghanistan?
I can't confirm or deny why.
Okay, we are going to definitely talk about that.
You could talk. I can react to what you're talking, but I actually.
Okay, so supposedly there was this group of soldiers in Afghanistan that came out, they got lost, they disappeared, they sent another team to go find them, and then they wandered about this cave, and in the cave they found outside the cave they found a bunch of equipment and body parts and everything else, and then out coming running out of this cave was this dude that was like 15 foot tall, red hair, and I think speared one of them like he was like a you know uh shish kebab. And I think they ended up killing him, and they put him on a pallet, and where did they fly him to? Wright Patterson Air Force Base,
So
according to the
I
reports.
I can only confirm that that is a the official story of the conspiracy theorists that 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 talk about it.
Yeah.
I cannot confirm or deny any knowledge of such
Okay.
existence of a creature.
Okay.
Um, but as a if I'm coming at this from somebody that's like in the crowd, be like,
Yeah.
wait, what? There's so
I don't even care if there's anybody in the crowd at this point.
well,
It's
there's
just
36 people
conspiracy
here.
time.
So we can so I will say that um
Yeah.
ask me verbally if we can talk about this in person.
Can we talk about this in person?
I'm going to say verbally
Okay.
that
I
no,
definitely want to
we
talk about this in
cannot
person.
talk about this in person.
So getting into that subject though, you know, our history books, they all say that these things existed. I mean, every book of the Bible, every known historical document, they all agree on one thing, a flood and giants, right? And even though people put it off as like oh, those are just fairy tales, but there's those megalithic cities all over the earth, everywhere, especially where you're from, Randy.
Oh,
Peru.
Peru, yeah.
I mean, there are buildings there that can't be built by us today, nor would they,
Yeah.
unless you were flexing. Like there's stones that are millions of pounds that are quarried out of a mountain, and they're
That's
carried
far away.
miles away
Wow.
and lifted on a mountaintop for what reason? Just to flex, I guess. Like same reason I was flexing that comic earlier, right?
Yeah. Same
So,
reason I
but
flexed
the only
Banksy.
answer is they could, and they did it because it was easy. You
Likely.
know what I mean? They tell us historically that like there's a mound here, right? I don't know if you heard about the mounds, but it's the same kind of thing. In Ohio, there are mounds everywhere. They're called Native American mounds, but they're not Native American. There's a famous one in southern Ohio. It's called the Serpent Mound.
Wait, so if they're not
And
Native American, what are they?
well, the only way you can make the Serpent Mound is if you had a view of the sky. It's like,
Oh, like from the sky?
oh, it's like hundreds of feet long. It's
Oh,
like perfectly surfaced. It's curved, and it's a perfect snake. That's a mound. But there were hundreds and thousands of these things all over Ohio, right? So there's a giant one in I think Illinois called the Cahokia Mound, and its base is bigger than the Great Pyramid.
oh wow.
And
Oh my
um,
God.
their claim is the funny thing about the historians, right? This is what they say. It took them 400 years to carry the dirt and mound it up. And I'm like, nobody's doing that for 400 years.
That's
That's
so
that's not
much.
a thing. like, yeah, maybe 20 years or something. We have construction projects that go on. Nobody's doing anything for 400 years. The generations don't even agree with each other.
Yeah.
And what's the purpose? They still can't say there's a purpose. So there's a pyramid called the Cahokia Pyramid, and it's made out of dirt. Why? Pull up a
Building
picture of it.
something to sacrifice.
Definitely sacrifice, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's pyramids all over the earth like that.
Yeah.
You know, um,
I,
like the ones they found in. Have you ever seen the ones in Bosnia? The pyramids.
I'm sure I have, but not off the top of my head. I couldn't tell you which ones they were. If I saw a picture, I might be like, "Oh, okay, yeah."
So there's
Um,
there's these blocks that encase the pyramids there that they originally thought were mountains, right? And the only way to describe how they were made is that they were 3D printed. Yeah, they're 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 like a cement-like substance that is formed like a 3D printer would form it, but it's the size of a pyramid,
Jeez.
and like each block's like the size of my house.
Oh, oh.
So who does that? And we're just now figuring out how to 3D print.
There's a not a video. There's a when we're talking about yeah, there was a video of some guy talking about the Sphinx in Egypt and saying actually because of the wear and tear on it, the specific type of wear and tear,
Yeah,
it's water wear and tear.
yeah,
So and because it doesn't really rain in Egypt right now, that type of wear and tear had to have come from before like the last ice age. And there's like so
yeah.
the
The flood.
Sphinx is actually older than we think it is. It's like whoa.
Yeah, even
Um,
the structures on Mars. Have you seen that? The face on Mars and all that.
yeah, I don't know if it's clear that Mars once had water, like a
Yeah,
lot of water.
yeah.
Um, and then something happened where the planet just went cold. Maybe it lost a bunch of
Or
lost
like a
oxygen
planet
somehow.
exploded next to it.
Yeah, something had to have happened for it.
Something cataclysmic.
Yeah.
I got a
So,
great book on the subject. Um, we're missing a planet in our atmosphere, or I'm sorry, our solar system, and it's in the exact same spot as all the meteorites, right, on our belt. And
oh,
so the
okay.
hypothesis is that a long time ago there was probably some kind of futuristic war of some sort, and something happened to the planet, and it blew up right into Mars, and Mars absorbed kind of like a large chunk of it, and there is a bulge in Mars that's like the biggest bulge you could ever have, like something just almost shot through it like a bullet on one end of Mars. It's the biggest mountain in the solar system, and it's on Mars.
Wow.
Yeah, even bigger than any other planet. I
See
think it's
that
called Olympus Mons.
that wants me. See, I want to believe that, and that like could make sense. Like, oh, hey, these meteorites, they could have been a planet that could have
It makes sense to
ricocheted
me
on.
because, yeah, so where I'm at with all that is I personally believe that we've been people that look like us have been around for a long time, right? Have you ever seen that movie Jupiter Ascending?
I heard of it, but no, I haven't seen it.
You get a chance, watch that. Um, Jupiter Ascending, but the hypothesis is that people like us have been around for a long time, and there was a great war, right? Um, I think the Bible calls him Satan, right? And angels or people that look like us. Uh, there was a great explosion of a planet. It blew up into Mars, which is because it was right next to Mars,
Right.
and then that's where the meteorites hit our Earth as well, and it looks like it hit the entire solar system as well, and it just devastated everything. And then that's what brought on the Great Flood of Noah, well, or as known as Noah's flood, when the rocks came in and caused the great fountains of the deep to break up, would have caused like a cataclysmic event.
That
So
would
I don't know. That's
that
just my
would make
understanding.
sense because now we have hey, that would have made sense for older people to have the technology to build all these things. And
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, you look at the pyramids all over the earth, they're all the same. You don't only have that if you have one culture, right?
oh, it's true. That's a good point.
You know, and if those pyramids on Mars are similar, if they are real pyramids, well, then you have the same culture on another planet as well, right?
Yeah.
And supposedly structures on the moon. That might be here or there, but definitely here on Earth, all of them were the same.
I wonder if so. You ever like 2 years ago, maybe, or like a year and a half ago, took a bunch of mushrooms, and then I had I had like a vision, like I am in my friend's like blacked out room where it's just really dark, and I could trip, and I went
Okay,
through the Milky Way galaxy. I went through Andromeda, and I saw these two solar systems that were talking to each other.
that's
And
insane.
so most likely that these solar systems had beings that controlled all of the planets in there.
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking, what if I wasn't seeing a distant planetary system? What if I was looking into the past somehow? And I was
Wow, that's
looking
super deep.
into, yeah,
Yeah.
like,
Well, I think we have the ability to do that. I had a you know, I had a dream one night. See, we're gonna get deep. I hope you got the time, Randy.
oh,
Um,
I'm here all night. Let's go.
so I had a dream, and I'm a man of faith, and at the time I was just becoming a believer, and uh, I married my wife, and my stepson, who was like 2 at the time, was kind of very unruly. You
Yeah.
know, his dad wasn't in his life, so he was kind of like you know, acting like a jerk. And I didn't know anything about kids. It was new to me. So I had this dream, and it was this voice I heard, right? And it sounded like rushing water mixed with electricity,
Okay.
if that can be described, right?
Yeah.
And he said my name, and I was like, yeah. And I recognized him, right? And I recognized him as God, right? Which was super weird, right? Because
Okay.
who the heck knows that, right? And and then he goes, "I want you to do something for me," and I'm like, "Oh man, this is great commission stuff or something. What am I gonna do?" And he's like, "I want you to spank your son. I want you to discipline him." And then he showed me this vision of me spanking him, right? Like super hard.
Mhm.
And it was a scene like cut out of a movie or something. And then I woke up, and that was it. So 2 weeks later, or a week later, the exact same scenario played out. That was in the dream, and I disciplined him, and that was it. Dude, is that wild or what?
That is great. Yeah.
So like just like you were saying, like you saw the past. I think, you know, our spiritual eye can be open to past or future,
I think that makes sense.
if
I,
that
I
makes
think
sense.
we can also go sideways.
Yeah.
My friend Gianni, he said he once had a dream that he was like this pilot, and he was in like the plane was going down, and he's crashing into like this island, and then as he like dies, he like wakes up, and he I think like the next day, like on so he was in his bed. He didn't like fall asleep in front of the TV or anything, but on
Right.
the next day he like hears on the news, oh, this plane crash in like Hawaii or wherever, and he's like, oh, and he had this theory that maybe he was tapping into like the consciousness of like one of the pilots.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's so, yeah, I think you're right. I think that all goes in line. You can see the
So
future and the
so
past.
yeah. So I think all that stuff is real, man. Like for sure. And I feel like Christianity has been the great shielder of knowledge on earth from a lot of things. And they kind of like block people from learning certain subjects, right? Like, oh, that's of the occult, or that's not you're not supposed to read stuff like that. And I think there's a lot of things that are all around us all the time, like what you just talked about, that they're real. Those are experiences. And the church doesn't want to explain it because they're afraid of it. But in reality, like, they can all coexist in one. You know, like I was saying with the story of before the flood, right? So my understanding is that these the Bible calls these people angels, right? But they're just like us, but they're just not from here. So it's just a term. And every mention in the Bible, they all look like us, 100% every time. And except for those weird experiences where people see visions and stuff. But every time like an angel shows up, it says that he looks like a man, except he's shining really bright. And so my thought is, I don't know if you ever checked out this guy named Timothy Alberino.
I don't think so.
But he's got this great book, and he talks about how we're like the younger siblings, and they're the elder race, right? And they're the ones that constructed all that stuff back in the day, and they had all this knowledge, but they kind of got corrupt with it over time, and wanted power for themselves, right? And then there was that great cataclysm, and everything reset, and we were kind of shielded from a lot of those things. That's just my understanding. I don't know.
So if they're like the older brother race or the older sibling race,
Yeah,
who is the parent, who's the discipliner? And I
right.
don't know how you feel about simulation theory, where
Yeah, oh,
like we
yeah.
all might. So if this might go in line with, hey, we don't like, let's say if me and you are coding a metaverse, and
Yeah.
we run a test, we run a simulation of humans in there, and it's like, oh, this is working out in a way we didn't expect or didn't want to. Let's reset and do it in a natural way. We'll cause a flood. We'll cause, like, mass fire,
That
whatever.
sounds like the 13th floor.
13th floor?
You've never seen that movie?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, it's all about a simulation within a simulation. Dude's a
I like it.
detective. Oh yeah, you'll have to see it. He's a detective. He's figuring out this story, and all of a sudden, towards the end, he realizes he's just inside the simulation, and he can't go outside of a certain area. It's pretty wild. It's like pre-Matrix,
Okay.
simulation simulacra, right? Simulate,
Yeah.
yeah, simulacra simulacra.
Oh, have you ever been through sleep paralysis?
Uh, where you're frozen.
Yes. So there's a couple different types. I've never
Uh-huh.
had the one that Incorrigible Goat Slayer is talking about, where he says, where there's a witch riding on your back or sleeping on you. Says one of the most freaky things I've been through. And
Yeah.
he said it might be interdimensional portals which allow these entities through.
Yeah, so I woke up one night in the middle of the night, and I couldn't move, and I had something choking me out, and I was frozen, and I just remember like red eyes. This was in my younger days, right? But I do remember it like it happened. But did it happen? I don't know.
I've
I always
I've had
remember it though.
I've had it a couple times, but there were two times that really stand out.
Yeah.
One was in like 2011, or it's like 2010, 2011, where I was like in between apartments, and I was sleeping at the animal hospital I was working at,
Uh-huh.
and I I hear someone in like the hospital, and there's no one else. Like, it's just me and the dogs that are boarding. So I'm in room two. I'm sleeping on this couch, and I'm calling every ounce of power I have in my body to keep my right eye open like this much. And I
Right.
see this figure in the doorway, and finally I break free. I was like, ugh, and I'm going like Super Saiyan. I was like, where are you? And there was no one there. So
What did it
I
look like?
I couldn't tell. It was dark, so it was just a figure that was in the
Yeah.
door. So when I get up and I turn on all the lights, I get over here.
Have you been
Um,
following all the Peruvian stuff that's been going on?
no, what's
Um,
been going on?
the Peruvian villages that have been getting attacked or supposedly been getting attacked?
No, which ones and by who? Do we know?
So there's these Peruvian village. So um, that Tim Alberino guy, he used to live in Peru, and he used to live in the jungles. He's a guy from Cleveland, actually. It's a pretty wild story, but he lived there for like 5 years. Anyways, he was covering a lot of those news, and then he went down there to visit them and get the stories out of the people themselves. And they're talking about these people that are gliding through the woods on these circular discs, um, attacking the women. The villagers have been like literally like supposedly fighting these things off for months.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and you know, the news. This one's funny. The cover story in the news was that they're miners that have jetpacks that are flying through the woods attacking villagers.
When you say
I
miners,
mean,
like
who's
coal
got a
miners?
jetpack, right?
What when you say miners, like coal miners or miners
Like,
like
yeah,
under?
like
Okay.
miners. Like, are they Tony Stark or something? Like, what is going on? Nobody does that. Like, how many
Technology is getting
movies do
so
people
funny.
see and they just believe it?
Uh, every day we stray further from God's light. Like,
Dude, it's really something. So there's something going on down there. I didn't know if you, yeah, it's just interesting.
I would love to go there. I'd love
They
to.
got some videos of them too, like of these creatures. Like you
Oh,
just see silhouettes, but that's what reminded me of it when you brought it up. It was a silhouette of something.
I have to go and take a look at those.
Yeah.
The other time that I got sleep paralysis, I was in this place called Huntington, New York, and just
Okay.
sleeping on a mattress, and I had this
Well, we know that's a
behind
fake
me.
story. You don't sleep on match. Oh, no, I'm kidding.
So, so I'm facing the door, I'm sleeping on my back, but the way to get to this house, you had to go up like a flight of stairs just to get to like inside the house. And then you had
Yeah.
to go another flight of stairs to get up to my room. So there's no way that you could get on the outside, behind my room. So there's nothing behind me. There's just space. There's just air.
Right.
But I wake up and I can't move, and I I'm trying to get out of here, and I'm like whining like I'm like a child. I was like, stop it. And then
Yeah.
I remember, wait a minute, I'm Randy Chavez. I could just go Super Saiyan, just going and fight whoever.
Yeah.
So as I'm about to like scream bloody murder and I'm about to like break through this, there's a voice that comes out of me, and it is not my voice. And
What?
it says this line from Lord of the Rings, and it just says, "Who dares enter my domain?" And then
What?
suddenly, I'm like free. I was like, so there's nothing behind me. There's nothing in this room, and that came out of me, but it wasn't me. And I was like, what just?
Like you were Gandalf the Grey or something?
No, it was the King of the Dead.
O-
So where Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli go underground and they summon the army of the dead.
Okay.
Um, that's what the Witch King says. He says, "Who
Oh,
dares
okay. The
enter
Witch
my
King. Okay.
domain?" So whatever voice came out of me, like maybe there was something, there was an entity that was behind me or somewhere that
Yeah.
was forcing me down, and then another entity came up within me, says like, "No, I've already
I mean, were
claimed
you
it. You're
just
not."
like freaked out or what?
I was very freaked out. I was like, "Oh my!" And
Like, what?
yeah,
All right, at
it
that
was.
point you just know, okay, this isn't natural.
No.
Right? There's
So
something going on here.
so it's
I
kind
had
of
this situation. Um, was probably in my early 20s, right?
yeah.
So, I'm staying at a buddy's house. I'm living there in one of his bedrooms, and you know how young guys do. And so in the middle of the night, or no, so I come home from work at the time, and I'm singing this song in my head, and I'm like, I'm gonna take a bath, whatever, before I go out. And no one's at home. I'm taking a bath, and I'm singing this song in the bath. The water's running. It's like one of those old claw bathtubs, right? And I'm singing this song. I'm like, why am I singing this song? Like, I didn't hear it on, I'm starting to realize, like, I didn't hear it on the radio on the way in. And so I turn the water off, and there's this vent that's right next to my head, right? And it's from the basement, and there's music playing. And I'm like, what is going on right now? Right. And I'm like, so that was the start of it. So obviously, I got out of the bath, freaked out, took off, right? It's like, I'm going out for whenever. So I come home, and I think it was the same night. And I wake up in the middle of the night at like 3 a.m., the bewitching hour, right?
Yeah.
And every pot and pan in the kitchen just threw itself out of the freaking cabinets and like banged themselves across the room like 1,000 times, it sounded like. It was just so loud. And you'd wake up and you just know what it is, right? And the only way out of the house is through the kitchen. So I'm creeping through the house, grab my clothes, and I peek my head into the kitchen, and nothing's wrong at all. So I ran out of that house as fast as I could. And then I find out later from my buddy that the house was built on an old Indian burial ground.
Oh, hell no.
And then he said that place is haunted for sure. He's like, all kinds of crazy stuff happens there. Yeah.
That's the type of questions you ask before renting. Hey,
Yeah,
this
when
was
they
built on
built the
me.
foundation, they found like some like old stones. It's probably like pre-Indian too. It's probably some witch doctor or something.
So,
Yeah.
no, Chuck and Hank Lucy was not involved.
No, this is all like sober stuff.
Yeah.
Like this stuff happens. What would that say? 14 books removed out of the Bible.
It's 100 years
Yeah,
ago.
like the book of Enoch.
Yeah.
That was removed out of the Bible. That one talks about angels taking taking women and having kids with them, right?
Yeah, he mentioned that before.
And their offspring creating great cities and structures, and they were like Hercules and Zeus and Poseidon and all that. Yeah. But then Jesus directly quotes Enoch in the Bible, and so does Peter, and I think Jude. So for some reason, the church took the Enoch out of the Bible. Why? I don't know.
I mean, they have like the Pope's library that no one's allowed access to.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I have the book of Enoch on my shelf, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a good read.
Oh, so Echo 712 is, you guys are friends. You guys are buddies.
Oh, see, look, no, I don't even know who that is.
Oh, all right. I thought, well, you're buddies now.
No, Enoch's well known. I mean, yeah. I don't want to say it sounds crazy, but I'm 100% convinced on all that stuff.
I mean, a lot of stuff that actually happens sounds crazy. Like,
yeah.
I mean, imagine trying to explain to someone, even this century, even like from 2000, just 2000, trying to explain them what was going on. It's crazy.
Right.
It was all because they killed our boy Harambe in 2016.
Harambe. That's Harambe. Right? Oh, that's funny.
All happened because of a gorilla. I'm really curious to see what happens to that kid in the future. Like, if he knows that he's the one that started all of this.
Dang. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So where do we go from here?
I don't know.
Does the civilization, do they just keep going on the same direction, or people start waking up to, I don't know.
I mean, if you have, I mean, let's face it, most people have no idea how to like this tablet that I'm on.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how to make a tablet. Like you have certain people in these third world countries that are taught how to assemble these pieces together, but nobody knows
Right.
how to make a microchip. Maybe like 0.001% of the world. But as long as you still have these incredibly intelligent people, as long as you still have these people that are going and pushing the boundaries of science and math, technology, all these STEM fields,
Right.
and that are, and then you have these borderline psychopathic people that can work 90 or 100 hours a week because that's what they want to do and make a lot of money. Humanity will still push forward. And if you
So
can get past,
let's talk about the evolution of man, right?
okay,
Do you brought up about taking that Neuralink.
yeah,
You would you really do that?
yeah, that's the a huge advantage that you get over any other human.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
just
mean,
I don't I just would I would be concerned with back doors and everybody's seen the movie Terminator.
yeah.
I mean, what if you just what if the Terminator just turned you off?
Well,
What
if
if
it was
AI, you know, was like, well, since all mankind's connected to the internet, let's just turn them off.
if it was offered by like Bill Gates, I would say no, I would not do it. But
Yeah.
because it's offered by Elon Musk,
In
I
his pink
trust him.
sweater. Hey, pink sweater. Bill Gates, that
It,
bastard.
so I trust Elon, and I trust that he'll do the right thing.
Elon's growing on me. I don't like Neuralink. Um, I don't like how that can be used as a control mechanism.
Yeah,
Um, but I do realize that everything's heading in that direction. And what's up, superstar? Those guys are great.
but 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 yeah, I think I mean we're essentially already
He's growing on me, though. Elon's growing
yeah.
on me.
I mean, I think we're already essentially cyborgs because we almost always have our phones on us,
Yeah.
and
Watching
even
Randy,
yeah,
The
and
Truman Show.
that's what a lot of people say. So I think when you take a look at that, like we're already pretty close together, and if you tell AI to say like, hey, chart all of humanity and the history and evolution, and then it keeps going,
Yeah.
and once it gets to man, it keeps going, and you form into this like a cyborg, and then eventually it's almost all technology. So
Yeah.
so that part is scary,
Super
because
scary.
you want to have humans, you know, stay. You want to have them stay human. Um, so I think merging with technology, if you can't beat them, join them. So
Yeah.
I think that's a happy medium because we can't control AI. Or we can now, but we won't be able to in the future, and that comes a lot sooner than people think.
I still don't go swimming in the ocean very far. I'll go out a little bit, but I saw Jaws. You know what I mean? And I know the likelihood of me getting bit by a shark is super rare, but I still saw Jaws. And
Yeah,
and I know that if I go too far out, I'll be the first confirmed megalodon kill too. Right? And
my
that's how I feel about AI. I've seen Terminator too many times. I just can't do it.
my
I know
do you
that,
know
that's the end goal, is
yeah,
merging man with machine, but I just can't do it. But
do
they
you
probably
know
won't be my generation, right? Maybe next.
yeah, how old are you now, or what?
40.
Okay, so yeah, we're fairly close in age. So are you like millennial, or are you Gen X?
I'm technically a millennial. March
I
83.
Yeah, so I have this idea that, or not, it's not my idea. I just kind of subscribe to it that
Mhm.
the Gen Zers, they will they will not know how to drive because full self-driving will be so like good. Politicians will go and say, "Oh, you want to drive? You want to be like a man? I guess you don't care about people on the road because full self-driving will be a lot safer." So at
Yeah.
some point, politicians will probably make it so that it is illegal to drive unless you're on like a racetrack or something.
Yeah, it'll be
Uh,
like that show, oh, what's the show with the A on Amazon?
Upload?
Upload.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, right? That kind of thing
yeah.
was going on. And then what the afterlife in the digital world?
Yeah, that was cool.
Oh man, that's crazy.
So I think yeah, there's gonna it's hard.
Would the
I
spiritual forces allow such a thing? That's another good question. Like at what point does man um try to become God, right?
so
And
they
like in the show Upload, he's controlling his own eternity, right? Which is pretty crazy.
they get
They spend the afterlife in the like a metaverse.
yeah.
I
Have
don't know
you
if you
ever
watched it, but yeah,
I saw like the first episode of Upload. I just haven't seen it's
it's over
good.
the top.
I should watch it. It sounds
It's
good.
definitely worth watching. It's a bit raunchy, but it's worth watching.
Oh, I like that. That's fun.
Yeah,
So there's a show called Adventure Time. Have you ever seen it?
I've seen it on Veve. No, I've never watched
Oh
Adventure
yeah.
Time.
So in one episode, most of the characters become like super small action figures. Like they're still themselves, but they just get
Yeah,
shrunk down really small. But the dog Jake, is normal sized and he like plays with them and he's like, okay, now kiss, you do this, you do that. And it
right.
kind of shows you, hey, once normal people, like a good person or dog, get power, like they change and how much
Yeah,
power should one person have? And that's, I think
power
people should,
corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Right?
yeah. And
The
I
old
mean, you
saying.
already have CRISPR. CRISPR goes and you could use that to change things about your unborn baby. You could make them have, change their genes. And,
Yeah, it's
we're
scary
already
though,
doing it.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd
So,
want to edit. I know the CRISPR Cas9 or whatever. Gene editing.
yeah.
It's just scary. Like, what if I take out the wrong one?
Well, I mean,
What
you
if
have
I
professionals
don't?
do
What if
it.
I add to? What if I add the wrong ones? I don't know. It's scary.
I mean, you do have that already with people going and saying, okay, well, it's illegal to sell human organs, but if you inject human DNA into pig fetuses, when those pigs grow up, some of their organs are compatible with humans. So
Yeah.
selling a pig heart, which is compatible with humans, is not illegal at all. So
Right.
that's a way that people go and kind of circumvent. Again, they're still
Well, that's
playing
like
God.
that injection that they gave everybody in, recent times.
Oh,
That was modified from clone, from clone genetics.
oh,
So that was from they call it eternal cell lines. It was two different people, and that is gene therapy. Technically, it's not actually, a vax. They're it's almost like CRISPR in a way, but I think it's a little more mad scientist to me. But it's very similar to what you're talking about.
I did not get jabbed. Did you get jabbed?
Oh no way! I
Ah,
don't
man.
trust pink sweater. Eh, pink sweater.
Yeah, I
No, he's buying up all the land and GMO and all our food, and he's got a shot for all of us. And then
there.
he had a foundation called the Foundation for Human Population Control or something like that, right? The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for Population Control, but he's got a shot for me. I don't trust it.
There's also been, and I can't tell if this has always happened and now they're just covering it, or if
Yeah.
this is completely new, but there's been a lot of farms that have been going on fire the last like 2 years that
Yeah.
are like getting like destroyed. And again, this could be something that always happens, but they just never covered
Oh
it like
no, they're burning
anymore.
them down for sure.
Yeah, that's
That's another thing like that drives me crazy. Like the thing in Canada, right? All the wildfires in Canada.
yeah.
Well, we've been able to seed clouds since the 60s with silver nitrate. So why didn't anybody spray silver nitrate in the sky so that it rains over Canada and puts out all the fires? Wouldn't that make sense? But nobody ever really talks about that anymore.
Yeah, you could do that with harp. You could just make a storm, right?
Well, that's advanced. I'm just talking about just the aerosolization of silver into the clouds. They were doing that in Vietnam.
Yeah.
That's like 70-year-old technology or whatever. Yeah, almost 60, 70 years old. HARP is more recent, and that's where you're steering storms. They could have done that too. Why are they not doing that? They're letting things happen for wild reasons.
Well, I mean, we're talking about playing God, and it's like, okay, well, maybe this is nature, and maybe it's supposed to, I don't know.
Or that thing that happened in Hawaii,
Oh, and it happened to skip all the rich people's houses, and it just only
Yeah.
affected them. Oh, dude,
And
that's
and you have like the strange cars burning up and melting, like the rims were melting, and next to another car that didn't even get touched. There was a lot of weird stuff going on.
yeah.
But don't worry, Oprah will buy up all the land.
On pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. The richest land in the world, per foot or something. The most valuable land in the planet almost.
I remember talking, and I almost hate that I thought of this, but I remember talking with a friend. This happened in like August, I believe.
Yeah.
And we were there at the same time. Not in Hawaii, but we received the news together.
Yeah.
And I was like, I almost don't want to say this, but somebody is going to buy those lands up for pennies on the dollar, and they're going to clean
Yes.
up. He's like, yep, they are. And I was like, I'm glad somebody else thought that, not just me.
Yeah, and then you hear the stories of all the people that died there, all the kids. They
Yeah,
blocked the roads. The emergency systems weren't working. Super like sadistic.
yeah.
We're in the
I guess
21st century. Like, why is anything like that happening on mass scales? There should be a solution for almost anything. Aren't we supposed to have flying cars by now? What happened to my flying car?
Chuck and Hank says the first year or the first fires last year in Quebec, I guess they all started at the same time.
Yeah.
You can see it on satellite images, which is really
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, and there's always this weird storm above it, blue flashes of light and lightning and things. Yeah, could be HARP.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. So you can't cloud seed anywhere apparently. I guess you have to have certain conditions for it to push
Right.
past the condensation point, which
Okay.
makes sense. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
So at some point, you're going to have the right conditions, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been going on for how, like Cleveland got wrecked with that smoke. I think I was out of town at the time, but I mean, it was going on for how long? Months?
Yeah, months. I remember earlier this year we got it in Long Island. I was like, oh my God, what
Yeah.
is this? It's insane.
Yeah. I mean, and we know these things exist, but the government wants to, like, another conspiracy is we could have had the monorail tracks in the 70s. Those trains that they have now that magnetically levitate in other countries, and they go like 300-400 miles an hour. Well, we had that tech in the 70s and 80s, and supposedly they were going to use it for like underground bases and tunnel systems and stuff.
Oh.
And but we don't have it up top. Why? You know, we're supposed to be in the future, and it's almost like our society has been like we advanced at a certain point, and then some aspects are not allowed to advance. Like, are we still really going to other like, are we still going to outer space in rockets? Well, who's flying
Yeah, I
all the
guess.
UFOs?
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean? Like, are we really thinking we're using the same tech from the 60s?
And then I guess when you have that, the UFOs that can be above water and go below water and then come back up above. Yeah.
Yeah, and go however fast and turn on a dime.
Yeah.
We've all seen it.
I wish, I hope that the release of information is quick enough that I'm alive to see
Yeah,
real aliens walk up into Congress and,
yeah, me too. And then I'm gonna blast them.
yeah.
Like what's that? Invaders. What was that movie? Space Invaders or something like that. Yeah, that's good stuff.
There's a bunch of stuff that I want to see happen. I want to see, obviously, aliens. I don't know if Bigfoot's real or not. I want to believe,
Oh, for sure,
and
real. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I want to see him on like an autopsy table. Be like, we found them.
And there's always these weird stories that is associated with Bigfoot and UFOs too. You know, and also what's that property? That ranch uh, where there's all kinds of crazy things that go on. You know what I'm talking about? Skinwalker
Maybe.
Ranch.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Supposedly Bigfoots, all kinds of blurry creatures, orbs, spaceships, weird sounds, hauntings, all kinds of stuff go on there.
There's some people on TikTok that are just like, so I guess if you're in like the woods or if you're on like a trail and you hear your name, like run away. Or if
Uh-huh.
you hear a woman screaming, do not go to help. Like run away. Because apparently, if people are like whispering your name, or if beings are pretending to be a woman screaming, that's how they lure you in. And then that's how
On
they.
that property?
I don't know if it's on that property. I don't think
Okay.
it is. It's just, but these stories are kind of like all over, and a
Yeah.
lot of them are in like Native American like zones. You know,
Yeah, kind of like what's going on in Peru.
could be something like that as well.
You know, like what's the deal? Yeah.
Yeah.
These guys were saying they were shooting these things point blank and they weren't falling down or dying.
Oh,
And these
that's
guys
so
are
scary.
hunters with shotguns. And
That's so scary.
they said they have these they look similar to like Green Goblin suits in this movie Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like just the suit, right? And that they hover on these discs. It's just freaking wild.
But
Is it
the
real?
fact
I
that
don't know, but
I
something's
mean,
going on.
it makes sense. Like, okay, think of like something that we know is real. Think of like a brown bear. If you
Yeah.
have a like a 9 millimeter, you're not killing that brown bear with a 9 millimeter.
So I got a funny
So
story about that when you get it when you're
oh, let me hear this story.
so I recently went about a year ago to the Smoky Mountains first time, and we're in a cabin in the mountains, and I'm in a jacuzzi. It's like 11 o'clock at night. My brother-in-law was in there with me. We are having some fun. We're yelling and spraying water on people. Kids are running around everywhere, and I get out of the jacuzzi. I'm the last one left, and then I'm walking around to go up to the top deck, and up come walking up the driveway is a giant bear. I mean, like had to have been like 4 or 5 times my size.
Yeah.
It was enormous. And it just walked right up the driveway. And so like I got in between the kids and the bear, right? And I pulled out my gun, which at the time was only like a little 380. You know, it wasn't going to do anything. You know, probably a loud noise to scare him at that point.
Yeah.
But I just had, that was the only thing I had on me because that's just what I carry. But um, so my father-in-law threw an entire like giant drink on my back and started yelling and screaming at me. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're playing God? That you could shoot this bear? And I'm like, what? Like, I mean, like an entire like gallon of liquor just all over my back, body, the gun. I'm like, what are you doing right now? The bear, Randy, is like 10 feet in front of me, like
Oh, and it
getting
covers
ready
you
to
in
like
delicious
attack.
liquid.
And I'm like freaking out. And so we were so loud yelling at each other that the bear got scared and ran off.
Dude,
And then I found out the next morning it had 4 cubs right next to our cabin. So I could have been on the menu.
yeah. Oh my God. Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
and
the
then
good thing.
later that night, a woman and her daughter were mauled in a tent, and they had to put the bear down.
Damn.
Yeah, so it happens. But anyways, I just had to tell you, I had to share with you that story. It was crazy.
So I wonder if the father-in-law just like lathered you up in delicious liquor, hoping that the.
Dude, I was so pissed. And I'm
Oh,
like generally like, not pissed. I'm not
yeah,
a
same.
very angry guy at all. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm like, you think I'm playing God because I'm standing in between me and some kids and a bear with a gun?
Yeah,
I didn't pull, like, I'm not pulling triggers,
yeah.
you know, but like, and I have a license to carry and have carried for like dang near 15 years and never pulled a trigger on anybody, on anything,
Yeah.
other than like some animals or something that like I put down, and but other than that, like nothing. So this guy thought I was playing God because I was trying to protect my family.
People are so strange. People are so
Yeah.
crazy.
So I told him, I said, next time we're walking down the street and a mountain lion jumps out, I'm gonna let him maul your face off. And because I don't want to play God.
Yeah.
I was so mad.
I don't blame you. I would have been equally as mad. I
But he's just one of those guys.
have you ever seen those polls that people do where they ask people like, okay, and they ask men like, do you think you could take like a brown bear? And like 7% of men say that they can. And it's like, oh my God, these people are so freaking
Dude, when you see him that up close in the wild, like I kind of was like I was shocked. But I stood my ground, but I was like, how close is this bear going to get to me before it lunges?
yeah.
It was big.
There's videos I saw of this one guy. He's like in like a little fishing spot, and this bear just comes right up to him like 10, 15 feet away and just sits down. I was like, oh my God. And then he turns the camera
Mm.
to like the stream and there's like a dozen of these bears.
Oh my
And they're all
gosh.
like fishing, like the salmon are plenty, so that's why
Yeah.
like but it was like, oh my God. So
Yeah. Yeah. In those wild instances, they'll attack though. You're on the menu if
yeah.
they want you to be.
I mean, I think the
It's
good thing about
rare, but
humans,
it happens.
like there's not a lot of meat on us, so they probably
Yeah.
wouldn't think. But yeah, I think if it were just a danger to their cubs, they'd just be like,
Yeah. So me
there's
and my
a
14-year-old, I grew up like a skater, so we have these trick scooters and we're flying down the freaking mountains, Smoky Mountains, going around these crazy turns on these trick scooters. And little did we know that the mama bear and her cubs are like right on the path there. And we just flew right past them, not knowing they were even there, but it could have thought that I was trying to attack it or something.
there's this girl, she's like on a snowboard. She posted on TikTok or the video made its way to TikTok, but she's just singing like Rihanna's like, all we do is work, 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 work. And she laced up her boots and then she goes down the mountain. She has like a not a GoPro, but one of those extender things, like a selfie stick,
Yeah.
you know, and then she doesn't realize it, but in the background, a bear is chasing her. But
What?
luckily, yeah, and she has no idea. But luckily, the slope gets steep enough where she picks up enough speed that the bear gives up. But the bear got
Dang.
very close to her. The bear got like 20 feet away from her
Yeah.
before like she started picking up speed. I was like, oh my.
Dude.
I'll send you that video.
Yeah, I want to see that.
It's
She
insane.
she was shredding for real.
Yeah, but she didn't know. Like
Yeah,
if
I
she
used to
knew,
snowboard. Not a lot, but I grew up in this area, so it's what you do.
yeah, yeah, definitely fear for my life. Fear for all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and me and my
So
father-in-law, we're still like not cool from this day because of that. And
I
same with my mother-in-law. Like because of that incident, I'm an a-hole.
oh wow.
Yeah. And I'm
Um,
like, I was just trying to protect the kids, you know?
yeah,
Like, and they're like, well, you could have just went inside. Well, it's dark out at 11 o'clock and there's 10 kids running around a cabin.
yeah,
Do I know all of them are going into the house? And my eyes are on the bear.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, and my younger daughter, she's only at the time she was 6. So I'm like, I'm not gonna leave my daughter out here.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It was just a
Um,
wild situation.
my my ex-girlfriend, you might have, she was on the podcast once or twice.
Probably.
Danielle Mosa. Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
remember. Yeah.
she has a place in the Poconos, and there I've only mostly seen deer there, but there were like coyotes and there were other stuff. And I was like, listen, babe, I'm sure I can take on a coyote,
Jeez.
maybe two, but if there's like a pack of like 6 or 8 of them,
Yeah.
me, you, and your dog, we're done. Like we're getting fucked up.
Yeah.
Um, and like she didn't. I don't know if that really like read because she's a veterinarian. She's like, oh no, they're all fine. I was like, no, they're not fine, babe.
No, they're
We're gonna
not
die.
fine.
So she was like a daredevil. She would like walk out on the ice, like because the lake freezes over in the winter,
Yeah.
and I just because like she did is like okay, I'll go too, but I'm a lot heavier than her. So like I heard like the I was like, all right, babe, I gotta go. I'm not. I'm done.
And
Um,
so you guys went out on the water?
well, we went out on the ice,
You went on the ice. Yeah, yeah.
and
Yep.
I just I was like, I feel like some people just don't know like the danger, like the real dangers of like nature, and
Yeah, I was
it's
on
like,
that property that I was telling you about, and there was a pack of coyotes that came, and they were chasing some kind of animal, and they were so close, like 100 feet away probably, and they were just yelping like crazy. It got so loud that I thought about at the time we were um, painting this structure that goes over top of a lake that was there, and I was like, we need to be out on this structure because these things are so close. I'm kind of concerned they're gonna
yeah,
attack. It was pretty wild.
yeah. There's I forget who it was. I think he was on like Joe Rogan or something, where he said that he was out on like a hunting trip and he sees a bear maybe like 50 yards away, like pretty close. Like the bear could close that distance in a
Yeah,
couple seconds if he wanted. Um, so he like kind of freezes, and the bear like it doesn't look at him. He says like it looked like through him. Like he heard the noise, like the bear heard him walking, and just goes and like he looked at him as though he wasn't even there. Like, oh, you're not a threat. I could fuck you up if I wanted to. And just goes
right.
back to like doing
Yeah,
whatever he's doing.
like you're smaller than I am. I'm
Yeah,
good.
I was like, oh my god. He said
Dang.
that was like the scariest moment like in his life.
Wow. So what do you think? I know off subject, but so did I set the new standard for the way we have to purchase these gold and silver logos in the future?
I would love to see more people trade their bullion in for something like this. Yes.
Yeah.
Um, if and again, like I really really like gold bullion,
Hmm.
and uh, I do think that people should take stuff that doesn't perform and trade it in for stuff that does. So
Yeah.
I would say
Oh man, I got so much hate on the from people in the community that I didn't even know existed. I thought it was so funny. And I'm like eating it up because I'm just like, oh, I'll chat with this dude, whoever he is. And this Buck Nasty guy or whatever his name is.
God,
And
he's
I'm
such
like,
an idiot.
well, give me some financial advice then. What should I be buying with my dollar that's not worth anything? You
What did
know?
he say? Like he has
He
me
told
blocked,
me
so I don't.
Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I was like, great. I mine Bitcoin though. So where do we go from here? Like I don't mind like a crazy amount of it, but why I don't really buy it because I get it for free.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And like it's just a long term like it's like silver and gold for me. I just stock it. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
So that Buck Nasty guy, I don't think I've ever had a positive interaction with him. So much so that like he wound up blocking me. And I
Wait,
don't
he
know if he.
blocked you?
Yeah, yeah. Um, so and normally, like I said, I'm usually pretty chill, and I will only I really don't I try not to like talk any shit.
Yeah.
And if it gets to that point, I'll usually like block them. But like it's so I really like hard questions, and I like people that have good points. And it's like, okay, yeah, like if I'm wrong about something, like, hey Randy, you should have sold at the top. You're pretty stupid. You didn't sell, and now you lost X amount of money. I was like, you're right. I should have
Yeah.
done that, and I did. But it's only when they lie that's when I usually do the blocking. Like if they're
Yeah.
saying something like, the Veve founders are scammers and they're committing fraud. It's like, okay, this isn't helping anybody. This isn't true. I'll
Well,
block you.
yeah, like
Um,
he posted a video of Callum on my feed and I'm like, "That Jack? Are you kidding me?" Like his
so
video
here's
game he was so proud of was like, I mean, it might as well have been ColecoVision. I'm like, what is this? And you want to talk so much smack about Earth too? And by the way, I tried to give Callum, and I know Callum, unfortunately. I tried to give him free land several times, and um, he didn't know how to do that. Like,
so
I'm like, who is? Oh, but you're the video game entrepreneur, like know-it-all financier. Like, who are you? You don't even know how to use a code. And
so
and then he it's wild. I don't know what else to say. It's Callum,
so
and he talks smack about her too. Then he went on to FUD Veve, and that was Buck Nasty's video that he wanted to show me.
so here's where I'll actually defend Buck Nasty a little bit.
Yeah,
If you're somebody, let's say you don't know anything about Web3 or metaverse or NFTs, and you
yeah.
stumble upon one of Callan's videos,
Oh, I can't
and
even stand his voice. It's
and
like
you
so
yeah,
irritating. Go
same.
ahead.
But let's say you go and you stumble upon his videos, and you see somebody that looks pretty nerdy, and it sounds like, if you don't know anything about it, like he might know what he's talking about, and
Yeah,
he's using some terms that you don't know. It's like, oh, okay, this guy has some subscribers and he has a voice. Okay, I'm glad I ran into this guy. You'll believe what he says. So
right.
you take someone like Buck Nasty that does not really know anything about investing, does not really know anything about tech, doesn't know anything, like, can't tell the difference between, can't discern what is good info and what is bad intel. He's
Yeah,
going to get caught up in that. He's going to believe in what, that guy's saying. So
right.
he might actually be posting like, hey, don't do this. This is a scam. Now, obviously, he's 100% wrong, but
Well,
that's just,
yeah, he said that about Ur too. I'm like, you're still calling Ur 2 a scam?
yeah.
Like, who are you? That was like 3 years ago. You know, now they're building their game. And I don't know if
Yeah.
you saw the quote I put out there, but it was pretty good. You know, everybody wants to laugh at a project before it's a thing,
Yeah.
but when it becomes a thing, you'll wish you were in that thing before it was a thing.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
yeah,
I love
what do
Ghost
we got
Slayer. It's
here?
like he's the type that gets offended by Matt.
I don't know. I don't think I know Matt Rife. Who's that?
So he's this he was a small time comedian, and then he like blew up on TikTok like a year ago because he got he's a good looking dude, and he started filming some of his lives, bits of his stand up on, and he posts them online,
Yeah,
and some of them are pretty funny. But some of the stuff he says is not really offensive, like at all, but some people find it offensive. So that's just what he's talking about. Just like he's like
yeah.
offended by someone that's not offensive.
And when Earth 2, when they once they released that video they released, last year, I was
Yeah.
like, dude, I am in. Like, I was on the fence before and just was here for the ride, but I'm like, that video was incredible. And to Veve, I was having a little bit of fun on that when they released that video, and I was like, I was kind of laughing with the futters a little bit because I'm like, these look like N64 graphics. Like, Earth 2 is gonna do really well, is what I was
So
thinking.
I
But I
follow.
understand it was the footage on YouTube and all that. But
Yeah.
it just made me more excited about my investment in Earth 2.
Yeah, I've consistently said that Earth 2 is currently the prettiest metaverse out there. It
Yeah.
looks beautiful. And when they release that drone video game, that is going to be a game changer for people.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know when they release that. They're likely going to release Essence first, which is fine.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's the other thing. So we have likely in the next 2 or 3 months, we will get that white paper. And then within that same quarter, or maybe the next quarter, we get Essence on exchanges. So we will likely get Essence on exchanges bef- in the first half of 2024.
Well, Shane announced the first launch will be a DEX,
Yeah, that makes sense.
before the exchange probably, which I would
Yeah.
imagine would probably be Binance.
Well,
Like,
we
not the
hired that guy
DEX.
from
I'm talking
Binance.
about the first exchange, maybe. And we know
Yeah,
that there's somebody that he's talking with on Binance.
yeah. Well, we hired a guy from Binance earlier this year.
Yeah.
So that's who's gonna get us on there or foot in the door. But yeah, we'll be on Uniswap or CowSwap, and we'll be on,
Yeah.
you know, like OKX or something. We'll be on a couple of different places.
And
Uh,
if that thing, dude, if people are selling that coin for 10 cents, I am dropping some change on that. I'm not selling until it goes to a couple bucks.
well, here's the thing: we might only have. Uh, Originally, there was supposed to be 5 billion tokens, and
Yeah.
now there's likely going to be much less than that. Like maybe only 4 billion tokens, or even less.
Yeah.
So we could have something that's very, very low market cap at first. Dude, there's a chance that this might actually start off at that, yeah, at around 10 cents. Like we could be able to make a lot of money by buying a bunch of it.
Yeah.
Because that'll go so crazy.
So when
Um,
Sunday Swap launched on a DEX, it's very hard to get a sell on a DEX on launch because of the amount of pressure that flows through it, and you getting your order to go through and even purchase things. You know, so I didn't even bother selling Sunday on the DEX. I think I was trying to buy it, and I could not get a purchase order to go through when it first launched, and it jumped all the way to 99 cents, I think, right around there, and then dropped back down to 10 cents. But
there's
I
a
could see Ertu easily hitting $1 from 10 cents, dropping back down, and then working its way up to, like you said, probably anywhere from 3, 5, $10 a coin. Probably this run, I would think.
yeah. I mean, if you have let's say we're at 4 billion tokens, and let's say they're all in circulating supply. we have for Earth 2, you have like 5 times, 5 to 10 times the amount of what Decentraland and Sandbox had, last run.
Yeah.
And they only got up to a combined, like, what, 17 billion in market cap?
Right.
Even if we just go with like 40 billion, if we just more than double it, that's a $10 token if we have 4 billion tokens. So
Yeah.
that is, and God, we have 150,000 active wallets right now, active users with there's no game. Like, yeah, you can raid and you can go and do stuff, but
Yeah, and I feel like Shane is trying to dump more essence into the market by
yeah.
adding this supercharge boost that he's doing. Have you noticed that? It's a new
I
boost system he put in place to give people more ether and more to convert to essence. To me, it makes it seem like he's trying to put more out there in circulation.
That'd be great. Yeah, give more. I mean, it makes sense when you have a bunch of people that suddenly, what do you do when you have found money? If you give Essence that utility to go and, like, hey, you can buy tiles with it, you could buy X amount of things with it, and then you
Dude,
have
yeah.
people suddenly burn that Essence because they're
We might be kicking ourselves for selling it because the amount of utility that he's adding into that token is ridiculous.
yeah.
I mean, you're powering everything with it,
I
right?
I told
And the
I told
ether that creates it gives everything life and creates the civilians and the build. You're probably going to need ether for the buildings too, and for the craft, all the ships, the cars, the clothing. Everything's going to be ether, which is essence. It's
yeah.
everything.
I remember when I think mentors were being sold for X amount of Essence, and I
Yeah.
was like, guys, don't do it, and they did it.
Dude, I've been stacking sidroids and legendary sidroids. They're like $5-6, and like I've just been buying them up because I mean, look what stuff goes for on Veve. Legendary sidroids are gonna be worth a ton of money later.
Yeah, do you have any of those, like, brilliant jewels, like the really awesome?
I don't, because I mean I could drop $1,500 on a brilliant jewel, no problem, but I feel like I don't fully understand it yet, and there's so many different types is the problem.
Uh,
Like if I went and bought a T3 serpentine brilliant, like I don't know that I would get my money's worth out of it
yeah,
until I find out what its overall purpose is. It's almost like there's just not enough information out there,
yeah, that's a good point.
but I do know it'll be valuable. I just don't know how valuable.
Yeah, and that 1,500 would be like 2.5 million OMI. So,
Right. So, well, that you notice what I said in that we were talking earlier. I was like, I don't want this Veve logo to interfere with my OMI purchasing.
yeah.
So that's why I use the silver and gold, because I wasn't doing anything with it. It's just sitting there,
So
you know.
what will make you go all in? Well, maybe not all in, but what will make you go and say, like, and FOMO into OMI? Will it be in January when David and Dan start speaking about OMI at the France conference?
Um, I mean, I'm already pretty well into OMI, but I don't know if there's anything that's going to make me extra FOMO. I just buy it all the time. So, um, I think I'm just going to keep accumulating it. I don't know. Like I'm not going to go like, make a $10 million or 10 million OMI purchase, because I understand the dollar cost averaging aspect. What if I buy 10 million and the price drops?
Yeah.
I could have got a better buy-in. So that's why I buy like 1 to 2 million at a time. Plus, it's hard to buy 10 million at a crack.
Yeah, my my friend Candy literally just did that today or yesterday at this point.
Yeah.
What she did was she would buy, like, she would actually buy the sell orders. So she bought like 1 million here, she bought 1 million
Yeah.
there, and then she's like, "This is taking too long," because she kept pumping the price, and she's like, "I
She
just
do it
want
on
this 5 million."
Bit4X.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
she's just like, "Okay, there's a 5 million OMI sell order. I'm buying it," and so she did that.
Yeah, my
Um,
last order was like 2.3 million or something like that. because my kid likes to get in on the orders too.
Nice.
So I'll I buy like 100,000 or 200,000 for him, and then I just store it for him, and but it takes a while for that to go through sometimes, just the two.
Yeah.
I'll look back and I'm like, should I drop it? Should I increase the price? Why is this not taking it? Oh, because there isn't any OMI. Right? That's why. But I'm like, I'm just gonna keep buying it. I don't know. I never thought I would have this much at all. I was excited with 1 million OMI for $6,000.
Yeah, I remember Foster Hilt saying that his goal was 1 million OMI.
Yeah, that was my
And
first
yeah,
goal. Yeah,
dude,
and I just did like you. I was just like, well, I need to get 5, now 10, now 15, then 20, then 25, then and onward. And then
I'm
now
like,
I do it like like I do my Veve comics and collectibles. I have to buy in like 5 increments.
yeah,
So like if I have a comic that I have like 116 of, I have to go to 120. It's
there's
just it's weird.
I understand you gotta be uniform. I still get so not salty. I'm very happy for everyone that's able to get 100 million, 200 million end up. But
Yeah.
I put in I think like a quarter million when it was at like triple or 007,
And you
and
shouldn't have
then
done that. Should
and
have
then I
dollar
put
cost at, yeah, I mean
well
it's
I wound
hindsight, now, but
so I wound up putting in like 650 into the token like all
yeah.
throughout all of it. But yeah, if I had just waited, I
You
have a
put in
gun
how
permit
much?
about 650,000. Yeah,
650K. That's
yeah.
insane.
Because I put in about, or maybe no, maybe like 550, 600, and then like 50 into
Right.
the app, give or take.
Yeah.
But there has been the amounts of that I could have had right now, would be it would be like a billion OMI,
Yeah.
it'd be insane.
And I've only put in I think 25K into OMI.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like because but I waited. But it was because I was buying my collectibles. And we could say the same thing about the collectibles. Dude,
yeah.
I bought Donald Duck for $800 for the poster because
Oh,
I thought it was first appearance.
oh, the card, yeah, the lenticular card.
$800 was my first buy.
Yeah.
Then I bought, obviously more later, but I also paid I don't know, a 2000, was it 2000 for the Mickey, the
Lenticular
Steamboat?
card? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Was it 1000 or 2000? I don't even remember. Elsa I bought for 1000, you know. So a lot of the stuff that I bought has dropped, but I
Yeah.
just keep buying more, you know. It's all you
Yeah,
can do,
same. One point.
right?
All right, Dragon's almost at his goal. He's almost
Nice.
there. 1.5 million left.
Yeah,
And
it
yeah,
is
we
the
have
legend.
legendary level.
I don't know why everybody keeps calling me that because they got a face with a name now.
I guess there. Do you know Tammy Hannah? Tamara Hannah?
Yeah, I just said hi to her at the that
Oh,
Telegram group.
oh yeah. So she came to New York Comic Con, to see everyone, and we were getting our VV comic books, um the addiction comic books
Yeah,
at New York Comic Con, and then like a couple people like came up and said hi. I was like hi, and then they're like, "Oh, you're Tammy," and she's like, "What?" So yeah, yeah, we see you on like Randy's streams. She's like, "You recognize me?" And she had this
dang,
like
celebrity
super,
status.
yeah.
Dude, I
So
was gotta say, I'm a little salty about the that comic. There. Did you read it?
no, actually, I have not yet.
So I started reading it. I read it all the way through, but the like opening scene. There's this great like opening kiss scene, right? Um, and right behind the opening kiss scene of this hot chick and this good looking dude, there's this gay couple right behind them, almost like stealing the thunder from their kiss. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, really? Like,
The
they're just throwing it out there, and I'm like, oh, it kills me.
thunder stolen.
I know, like they just it's almost like they're like I feel like some companies just they get paid to just throw it in there, like, hey, we'll get advertising, or it's just so weird.
Did you see that South Park episode they made like 2 or 3 weeks ago with Kathleen Kennedy?
With who?
So Kathleen Kennedy's like one of the head honchos at Star Wars now at Lucasfilm,
Okay.
so in an alternate universe, Cartman is Kathleen Kennedy, and she's on the board like of Disney. And
Right.
whenever they bring her projects, she's all like big and fat. She's like, make her gay and make her lame. And so
Right.
it's like, well, we have this thing for like, the straight white guy. No, make her gay and make her lame. And
Yeah.
like that's her answer to everything.
It's like it's so over the top. Like I feel like they push it too hard. Is what it like who cares if somebody's gay, right? But they just throw it in your face like it's like, hey, we're gay. We're gay here. Everyone else has to be gay. And it's like, come on. Like I feel like people back in the day, they were just gay and they were just regular dudes. Now everyone's like, hey, pink sweater. Hey, and it's like they just want attention.
There was
But
this
but
my
I was watching a this new Christmas movie with my kids. Came out. It was about these kids that was gonna take over the North Pole or something like that.
okay.
And the opening, they start opening the scene with all the different characters, and there's a gay, couple guys that are married for some reason, and somehow they have a kid. They never really explain how,
Mhm.
right? But then another character, the younger kid who's like 10, is like catcalling dudes, and he's like, yeah, like you're looking good or something like that. And I'm like, okay, this is just over the top. I gotta turn this off.
Did they
Like,
like
is this a
reprimand him for
Christmas
that?
movie or is this like uh a gay Christmas movie?
Did they like reprimand him and be like, hey, you can't catcall people?
No, they were just like, hey, do your thing. like it's normal. I'm like, this is a 10-year-old boy who's catcalling, and they're like, nobody even like, dude, if there's a 10-year-old boy next to me that's gay and he starts catcalling another guy, I'm gonna be like looking at him sideways. Like, did he really just do that?
Okay,
But they
so
don't do that in the movies. They're just like, oh, it's normal, nothing to see here.
all right, so think about it this way. Now, obviously, what I'm about to bring up is a different time,
Yeah.
but in the what not the Outsiders in the okay, what's the movie with the play baseball? It's like a
Um,
classic.
Sandlot.
Yeah, so in the Sandlot, you have Squints, which pretends to drown so he can make out with this
Yes,
beautiful,
make out with the
beautiful
girl.
lifeguard. Um, and in that movie, the kid's a hero, and he actually does it. He doesn't just like catcall or say like you're hot. He
Yeah,
does it. He plants one on her. So
yeah.
he's a hero. And now this, I guess, this is just a change in time. And now this kid that he's not assaulting these men. He's not like putting his face on them and kissing them without any consent. He's just catcalling, and yeah, this is weird. This is strange. Like I don't. Could you make the Sandlot today? Could you make?
No,
I
no, no. That kid was sexually assaulting that lifeguard, and
think the
and
lifeguard liked it though. She smiled at the end, like,
but it would have been okay if the lifeguard was a boy and the kid was, and they were gay.
mm, no.
Then
Oh,
it's, hey.
my my friend Buzz has that issue. I guess there's like a rift between like in the LGBT. So my friend Buzz is an amazing woman. She's like this big construction lady that she would go to Pork Fest every year. Do you know what Pork Fest is? You heard me talk about
No.
that.
Mm-mm.
So it's called Porcupine Freedom Festival, where a bunch of libertarians and anarcho-capitalists and anarchists go in and they just it's a wild week of
Sounds awesome.
almost nobody pays in dollars. They all trade in like bits of silver or they'll
That's
trade in like
incredible.
Bitcoin.
I love it.
And so we have this thing each year called Buzz's Big Gay Dance Party because she's a big lesbian.
Hmm.
And she goes in and she makes like a stage and she makes like this. But anyway, she's a really cool person and she's very outspoken on Facebook and gets a lot of hate. Like I'm pretty sure she's had death threats. And she's
Hmm.
like, "Hey, listen, us like the old school LGBT people, we just wanted like to not be treated like shit. We just want equal rights. And now like the pendulum is swinging this new generation where
Yeah.
everyone is doing this crazy, crazy stuff where you're like, great gay pride parade used to be, yes, to get a little wild, sure, but we
Yeah,
were
but they're
there
like
and you could bring
naked.
children there. And it's like,
Yeah,
but
they're
now you
naked
have
in
like,
front of all these kids, right?
yeah, so you have naked dudes and women like in front of these like kids, and that's,
And it's
really
at
weird.
that point, it's not about gay rights. It's about exposing yourself to kids, you
Yeah.
know, because you're not worried about who's around you and who's seeing you. But in the old days, that was considered pedophilia, you
Yeah.
know? And what is that doing to that kid, right? Like,
Uh,
what's the next generation going to be like? I
I
pulled my
mean,
kids out of public school like when they were
oh,
real young. They're in a private Christian school, um, very small, and because I don't want them exposed to the things that are going on in public schools. I don't
well,
agree with everything that they teach them at the Christian school, but like I feel like it's like a safety net. You know what I mean? From some of the
mm,
public schools, things that are going on there.
there's so I think I grew up in a relatively, it was in the suburbs, so it wasn't like uppity, but it wasn't like in like, like the Bronx, it was in like Queens. Well, Queens is mostly fine, but um, there was these. I remember at the pool one day, where my friend Jess used to be like the gate guard, or check IDs, whatever. So I'd hang
Yeah.
out, and there was these two like dads that were there. They were like in their 40s. I was like 15, 16, whatever, and they were just talking about like these like derelict children at the public school where their kids had like their private school had like practice, or they had like a game, versus public school, whatever.
Hmm.
And they're like, yeah, I see these kids just like over by the bleachers on the other side, and they were just like they were smoking pot or they were doing whatever. And it's like I'm sure your Catholic school kids smoke pot too, and it's like
Dude,
I
everybody
think
knows what the Catholic schoolgirls were doing, you know? Everybody knows. Right.
uh, yeah, there's so it's. Do you think that they might be now in a sense sheltered from one or two things that maybe they.
Um, I think that's a common concern, but they have friends that aren't in Christian
Okay.
school. So like they're around public kids too. I'm more or less shielding them from them teaching them about, the
Good too.
sexualization aspect, because I don't even agree with everything that they teach them with the religion aspect, you know what I mean? But I could deal with that.
Yeah.
It's just a sexualization of kids. I'm trying to avoid it.
So in New York, I don't know how my friend Dan does it. Like, so I have this. So just for the 30 people that are here, I'm
Hmm.
very middle of the road. I'm,
Yeah.
yeah, fiscally conservative on a lot of things. Sure, I lean right on that, but I also lean left on a lot of social
Yeah.
issues. But so I have this nice pocket of friends on Long Island that are um, we agree on a lot of things that where I lean towards the right on.
Yeah.
Um, and they are they both have kids, and their kids are all like in like grade school to high school. And now there are laws in New York that state if a kid goes to talks or even has like a single whiff about them saying like, hey, I want to be like a wrestler, or like, back in the day, that was just tomboys, just girls liking boy things.
Yeah.
They could be like, oh, did you know you're transgender? And they don't have to tell the parents about it. And they can just like indoctrinate your kid about this.
Yeah.
And, if
That's the other
I don't have,
stuff I'm trying to shield them from too. Like
yeah.
even the
And
abortions in California, I think they can take them to have an abortion and not even tell the parents.
oh my God, that's like,
Yeah.
I don't know which worse. Like,
Think
um,
about that. And then, so they're teaching them about sex, right? Then they're like, don't worry, we'll just have an abortion for you and we won't tell your parents. No big deal.
oh my God, I
So,
like
like, you
this.
know, it's just messed up all around. But we gotta, it's gonna take people to start taking leadership positions back in this country away from these corrupt politicians. I'm not left or right, but I can see that everybody's in the background banging each other, in the White House and in Congress and in the Senate and everywhere else. You know what I mean? And they're all millionaires somehow.
No, I,
Like, how is Nancy Pelosi the world's greatest freaking stock trader? Like,
I like the Twitter account Nancy Pelosi stock, like the
yes,
tracker.
just
Yeah,
pick whatever trade they're doing, you
yeah.
know? And what was Nancy buying that she got all that flack about? Um,
Tesla,
what's the one that Ertuz was involved in or thought to be involved in? Start
Nvidia.
Nvidia,
Yeah,
right? There was all that talk about Nvidia.
yeah.
Well, she was buying all this Nvidia stock right before she was about to pass something, or they were about to pass something, and she got a lot of flack about it. Like, shouldn't be allowed to do that. Insider trading.
Yeah, like on a national congressional level. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, think what they're doing with the black projects that we were talking about earlier that we don't even know about, that they know about,
yeah.
and they know that they're going to give a deal to a certain company that's going to get this black project that no one's allowed to talk about, but they're going to buy stock in it right before they do it.
That's how when you make 150,000 a year and suddenly you're worth $80 million. Oh,
Yeah.
it's like,
But I was getting into it with that Buck Nasty guy, and he was telling me about what I should be buying, what I shouldn't be buying. But I was wanting to tell him something we didn't get into earlier was like 90% of my holdings are in real estate. You know, I hold real estate because I'm a cash flow guy. I believe in cash flow,
yeah,
and that outweighs any investment that I have really, because every month I get paid, thousands of dollars for nothing.
I
You know what I mean? Like, for nothing.
keep it
And
going.
I told him, I said, all my real estate holdings, they're debt free. So please give me some financial advice.
Uh,
Buck Nasty.
I'll give you some advice. In the next coming months, when my friends that currently rent me this room, when they get pregnant and they need my room, you should rent out a room to the real Randy Chavez somewhere. Where,
if I had any up for rent, I might. You can move in Ohio?
so I've talked about that in the past.
So I manage
Where
properties too.
Yeah, so I talked about that when my friends were in Tiffin, and then I have friends in the Dublin area now, and that'd be great. But Tina and Rudy, they really want me to move to Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah,
It
and
sucks there during the summertime though, man.
dude,
I
I
I
want
was
it.
born in Phoenix,
Oh,
and it's
nice.
120 degrees in the summer.
Bring it. I want to run out in the heat. I want
Yeah.
no,
I mean, you were born in that, you know what I mean? You're
born in
from that
Peru.
that area. Like, that gets hot in Peru, you
Yeah,
know? Like,
so
really hot. Like, hotter
I'm
than Arizona.
I'm ready. And I spent
Yeah, so you'd probably be able to handle it.
yeah, I mean, I spent 7 months in Kuwait, much of which was very, very hot. It was like 120 degrees each day.
Don't you mean
Um,
Kandahar? Near Kandahar?
I
Oh,
will I will
I'm
say
kidding.
that there
Okay.
is no official record of Randy Chavez ever being in Kandahar.
Right. Okay. Officially.
Now, so if anyone ever goes and gets Randy Chavez military records,
Yes.
you will not officially see me in anywhere but
Yep.
Kuwait. Um,
Just like I was officially not on that construction project earlier that I can't speak about.
we, I love you, man.
That I can't tell you anything about or where it's at, but I may or may not have been there.
I think we should take Incorrigible Ghost Slayer's idea and we should book a Carnival Caribbean cruise somewhere and we go and
Wow, that's a great idea.
yeah,
Like just the whole Veve crew?
yeah. When OMI
That would
moves,
be killer.
so I did it with some girl Brittany last year, and that was so much fun. That was a so the
Yeah, I
first
remember you were all mysterious about it. You were like, I can't tell anyone where I'm going. And then you were like, I went on a cruise.
yeah, then like the first she had to like take the video down because people were being weird, but the
Yeah.
first like thing that we do is like I meet her mom and we there was like a line dancing party going on. It's like, oh my God, hi, I'm Randy. Let's go dance. And she's like, okay. So we start doing like the line dancing, and she posts a video about it, and all the comments are like, Brittany, hide your mom. Randy's a MILF hunter. Brittany, no, no. I was like,
Right.
guys, it's my friend's mom. I wouldn't do that.
Brittany,
So
watch out for that chair. Remember the guy that was Brittany's chair that he had
yeah,
his like own like name as that?
yeah. Brittany's Walmart chair, her chair from Walmart.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Uh, they come back every now and then. That guy. I don't know.
Good times. Or even
Yeah.
Randy's eyebrows.
Oh yeah, I remember that too.
That was incredible.
Yeah, DJ
But you know, we got to
Macho.
start. So, like, okay. So, the whole reason why I did what I did was, obviously community. So, we got to start getting these people to start doing these YouTube videos again. Like, where is NFT Pirates Chad, man? Like, he
It's
is a great dude. And
yeah,
I feel like there's just so much FUD out there, but I think it just gets to certain people,
right.
Like, even that girl that from Canada that you hang around with, Veve,
Oh, Eva, the
you
university.
Eva. She
Yeah,
was around all the time. Now she's not around no more.
she was on my stream. I did like a 12-hour stream a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
She was
I
on that
watched
for a
it.
little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, like
but
a
she used to
lot
be
of
on all
people.
the time,
Yeah.
right? And I feel like the community has to start coming back. You know, it's cool that everybody's messaging each other and whatever, but the people need to see it too, though. And it
I
just
can't
helps keep
wait.
people together.
It'll slowly happen. Eva actually did her first like VV like update in a while. Like I think it was like a day or two after that
Yeah.
stream. So they'll slowly start coming back.
So
I
what do you think about the StockX thing, or not StockX? What is it called? Stacker?
Oh yeah,
Stacker?
yeah, that's great.
So isn't Dr. Profit your boy or something? Like you
Yeah,
guys are
he's a
friends?
cool.
So is he gonna
Our
come on the
best friend.
show or like and talk and like go into detail about it all, or
I probably should ask him about that. We probably should.
like I know he
Um,
likes wearing a mask and stuff, but like he could still like
Spider-Man.
wear a Spider-Man mask and tell us about it.
Yeah. So he has a. I don't think Vivi has publicly said anything about it yet, and I don't know how much I can say. But I
Okay.
was a beta tester for it for like months.
Oh,
Um,
really?
yeah, yeah, it was really cool. So he had me and a couple others in, and then he added the gold logo people in, and now it's available to everyone. Um,
Okay.
but me and a couple others were in there for months, and we would give them feedback like, hey, we could do so. Them doing like token gating or collectible gating, like you can only get into these certain things with these tokens, or you have a certain amount of votes if you have a certain amount of OMI. So
Or now I added the partner statue.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
I
have one
think,
of those, so I could do it through that.
oh, maybe it's not open to everybody yet. Maybe it's just open to. to gold logo holders and partner statue holders.
Yeah, and I think the 10 million OMI thing too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So so what is it though? Like I understand like it's just a search engine to like see different things, or is it
Yes,
going to be? Is there more to be revealed?
I'll show you, or I think I showed you before a little bit when we were looking at the gold silver logo.
Yeah, but I just saw like a screen.
Yeah, so
So it
I'll
just
show you.
keeps track of who's like in. Like it's probably what Veve should be doing, right? Like,
Yeah, but
you know
yes,
what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's what Vivi could do, but Vivi is obviously focusing on a lot of other stuff right now.
okay,
But I don't know. Let's look at the partner statue. So
okay,
it'll just show you the top holders of it, and the top holder right now is Dr. Profit. He has 400 of them.
that's insane.
But it shows you the rest of them. Some people have 33, 20, 16, and the floor price and the market capitalization, how many listings,
How
and
has
all
he
that.
not been gobbling those things up?
Well, so what I noticed with whales is that if they know what they're buying is a good product, they will they will set aside X amount of money. They'll
Okay,
purchase that, and then they say, okay, whatever happens, happens. So a lot of whales say like, hey, I know this price went down X amount, but I already have my bet. I already put in what I wanted to put in.
okay,
Now some like my friends that live in Dublin, they're just like, oh, I'm stacking here. Like
yeah,
my one friend was texting me today, like I'm up to like 260 million ohms. It's like, oh my god. He's like, look at 300 for the end of the year. I was like,
that's serious. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
the dollar cost average because these prices are stupid low.
Stupid
Um,
low. Yeah.
but others will just be like, I put in my bag and that's what my bag is. So Dr. Profit is very much of those same things. Like, I have 400, I put that in, that's fine.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah,
Because he could be crushing. He could own all of them almost.
yeah, oh
With
yeah,
at 1.9K. And he was buying them at on average. I think he said 8 grand a piece.
oh at least yeah.
Yeah. So I think he said on average. So 400 times 8 grand. What is
I
that?
uh
1.2?
oh third, yeah, 32. Um,
1.2 million.
I remember on like a whim we were just messaging uh about something, I forget what, and then I said, now go buy my Riso, and my Riso was out. It was the floor, and it was out there for like 17 grand, and he bought it, and he's just like, Randy, you will regret this, and I was like, I hope I do. So I think eventually, the reason why I really really am bullish on some of these grails is that there was a guy that he had multiple Bored Ape Yacht Club things. He had
Yeah.
multiple Bored Apes, and he went on and he kind of found out what VV was, and he's like, they have the first appearance Mickey Mouse. I will give
Right.
somebody one of my Bored Apes for that. And then unfortunately, well, for him, I guess for us too, he found out we were like a closed ecosystem. He's like, oh, we can't like store it in our wallet yet. Kind of never mind. But the fact that
Yeah.
he recognized what a first appearance meant, and especially of Mickey Mouse, and he was
Right.
willing to trade something that was a couple $100,000 for it. Those types of people will be back. Some are already here, like Dr. Profit,
Yeah.
and like, yeah,
Yeah. Like on Steamboat, I only have 3 of them. The first I think I bought at maybe it was 1,500. I don't even know. Somewhere around there. And then I bought 2 more at 800. And I'm like, dude, this thing was at 10 grand.
yeah.
Like, and now it's at $200.
Oh,
And I'm like, why am I not sweeping the floors on these? Because there's just so many other things to buy is the problem. And
yeah,
I get distracted like Thanos. Thanos.
helicopter.
Thanos is coming. He's coming.
Dude, I'm so salty. I bought 3 of those the cat the Fleur Kitten sets. Um because now I have so little money for Thanos. I'll put money in and I'll buy.
I've got 200. So I loaded, I think, $4,500 on the app today, and I've got like 280 left, and I'm holding it for Thanos.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it. You got to save a couple for me.
I will. So what I noticed before, which you may or may not have seen the post, is that when I took a look on the Stacker website
Okay.
and I saw that on the leaderboards for the Marvel collectibles, the people that have the sub 100, I'm number 3.
Okay, so that's what that was.
Yeah.
All I saw was Marvel, and I was like, is that just all Marvel? Like, I would think that it breaks it down even more. So it's
It
pretty in
doesn't yet.
depth.
It doesn't yet, but it will. Like
Okay.
eventually you'll be able to see how much of like a series.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be the number 1 that has the sub 100 Marvel Mighties. Because I have like most of those are Marvel Mighties,
Yeah.
where Dr. Prophet might have a bunch of sub 100
Partner
Electras or
signatures.
Lokis or whatever. Deadpools and Captain Americas, but I
Yeah.
have the most sub 100 Marvel Mighties. Yeah.
I didn't even notice. I was wondering why somebody was posting that Loki on the Thanos copter, and I didn't realize that the copter was in the show. It was like in the world
Oh,
that was the place where you
yeah,
go.
where you get murked and that's where you go.
Yeah, and it was laying there destroyed.
Yeah.
It was
I did
Thanos
not realize
copter.
that either.
And I was like,
So
oh, I didn't even catch that till now. Now I got to buy like 20 of them.
so that's where they'll be in Deadpool 3. So Deadpool and Wolverine will be fighting in that place.
Oh,
And that's where you'll
really?
yeah, so in the Marvel comics they have something called Deadpool kills the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing in Deadpool 3, but he'll be killing the Fox Marvel universe. So he'll kill a
Awesome.
bunch of people. So that's how they'll explain where some of these mutants and other superheroes come from. I like so in a comic we're getting is the death of Kamala Khan. We're getting that in the
Yeah, I
next
was
couple
like,
of days.
what? She's dead? Why did I buy all those? Oh,
Do you want a spoiler? Spoiler.
spoiler. Yes.
They bring her back as a mutant, and in the
Which,
Marvel show, like Ms. Marvel, at
yeah,
the
makes
end of
sense because of the new movie.
yeah, so in the end of the show, and I've watched this scene 80 times. The kid that's like the nerd, her nerd, she goes and says, Kamala, I've looked at your DNA and it's mutated. And then you hear the from the X-Men 90s. So I was like,
Yeah.
I screamed so loud. So she
Dang.
is the first mutant inside the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and there's
Okay.
going to be a whole bunch of others coming.
So this is gonna get good.
Yeah, it's going to get so good. It's going to get
Yeah.
so good.
So yeah, I'm in it now. Like I'm sucked into this Marvel thing. Like, dude, one of the end game got me. You know what I mean? Like watching that with my kids was like super memorable. The build up to Endgame. And I remember walking out of that theater and I'm like, what the hell was that? Like the bad guy just won?
Oh,
Like
Infinity War, yeah.
you're giving me this cliffhanger for like another 2 years? But it was so impactful, right? I'll never forget that. And that's why I crafted Thanos. I got the secret rare gauntlet on the drop. Or I got the secret rare Eye of Agamotto on the drop.
Oh yeah.
I kept it the whole time because I'm like, dude, this is the time stone. Like, this is an like stone. I'm not selling this. Are you crazy? Like, I just imagined all the things that they could do in the Veve verse with an Infinity Stone.
I
Like, I
I,
thought
rem-
anyone selling one is just out of their mind.
I remember in July of 2022 where I'm at San Diego Comic-Con,
Yeah,
and we had like our third or fourth Infinity Stone coming out,
yeah,
and I was like, "Oh, David, they put out this physical gauntlet with all these stones on the same day we're getting a new Infinity Stone." And David
yeah.
says, "We don't release shit like this for no reason." I was like, oh, "David."
Dang. Said like a true gangster. OG. That's
So
awesome. That was
I
like
was
all those things I was sending you when I was on vacation. all the Infinity Stone stuff that they had at the Disney parks. You remember that?
Yeah.
And it was like, dude, they are releasing this on Veve. I mean, look at all this stuff. It was just like it's everywhere physical, and we have the exact same things in Veve in the digital, like every aspect. And the prices that they were going for a lot of money, way more than what we're paying in Veve.
We have a lot of things that we can read into, like just on the Deadpool Mighties, half of those are going to be in the Deadpool movie.
Yeah.
Um, if not all of them, I'm really hoping that we get Lady Deadpool.
How many
Um,
trucks do you have?
I think I only have one, the Chimichanga truck.
Dude, I only have 5, and I think I'm like missing the boat. Like it's the first car, right? And then
Oh, for the
they're
Mighty.
releasing the copter. I feel like we need at least 10 each.
You might be right.
You know what I
And
mean?
yeah, so that's the other thing. When you take a look at them, the Marvel Mighties, let's say the first few are, Captain America, it goes all the way through Deadpool series. So Thor is series 7,
Yeah.
but then you go to the Chimichanga truck and it's not a series. And then you
Right.
skip series 8 is, Black Panther.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Chimichanga truck, it's different. Oh, I have two. So I've
Well, and the
hang on, one more.
copter said that it was a whole new series, like a whole new genre of Marvel Mighties. Did you notice that in the
I actually didn't know. I
description?
didn't read it yet. I haven't.
You
I know
should
the
pull that up.
numbers. Okay. Introducing the Marvel Mighties, this line of collectible adds a new spin to some of Marvel's most iconic heroes. Piloted by the Mad Titan himself, this Thanos Copter Mighty pays tribute to the 79 Spidey Superstores. So I think when they say new spin, it's because it's a copter and it spins. But let's see. Is ready
Right.
to take
But they
flight
do
and
say
recapture.
new line, like as
I,
in like a series, a line of things, right?
it does say this line of collectibles adds a new spin,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Oh, it's animated and has sound.
Oh, that's gonna be incredible. Are you kidding me?
Oh, wait, hang on.
Now we need 20.
I don't have money for this. Okay.
20 is a
So
rounder number.
so the Quantumania Mighties are interactive. Their masks go.
I was a little
Um,
disappointed on those, but yeah.
but there are no other Marvel Mighties that are animated and have sound. So this is actually I didn't notice that. That's a first.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Yeah.
Oh, fudge.
Dude, we've been going for
How
like
much?
3.5 hours.
So,
Epic.
so- yes, we've been going for quite a while, and we'll, like you said, hope you have all night. Like have all night.
How many people are even in the stream? I haven't even been watching it.
29 right now. There's not a lot.
29 hardcore legends.
Hardcore legends, and you have
They're
some
in it.
people that are in Europe. Sven's like, oh, good morning, guten Tag, Sven.
Is Nizza still here?
Uh, I don't think.
He
Would you say
probably
Kissy?
bounced. Yeah.
Wait, who? Kissy? Who'd you say?
They get weird. They got weird times where they start chatting at like 3 in the morning or something to us. You know,
God.
they're like up and it's like breakfast for them or something.
So I'll say this here. I put because there's like nobody listening. There's 29 people here. They're not going to say anything. I there's so Kevin O'Leary, right?
Yeah. Mr.
So a lot,
Wonderful?
yeah. So a lot of people don't like him because he was touting FTX. Now, I never really took a look in FTX. I don't know if it was obvious that they were doing something wrong. I don't know if it was obvious unless you digged in that you could see it coming. I
Yeah.
think that he, like most people, probably didn't see it coming because everyone thought it was legit.
Right.
Um, it just happened to be that they were doing some really illegal stuff. But he said the other day on he's been doing this for like a month now. He's been talking about this new exchange called M2 over in the Middle East, and
Okay.
it's completely compliant. And they have the MX, the M2 token called MMX. And he's saying that okay, we have that token is what BNB is to Binance.
Wow, is that
And
the token that you were sort of telling me about before, or may not have been?
but yeah, so I took
I don't even
a
remember
shot
the
at it.
name of it. Yeah.
I put like 3 grand, 3,200 in, 3 grand in, whatever. I got like 1,400 tokens.
Okay.
So but I put 3,500 in, and I originally wanted to put it in for like a quick flip,
Yeah.
and it's which I still might do, but the more I look into it, the more I think like, oh, hey, their launch party with the Black Eyed Peas and Demi Lovato, and
Yeah.
there's really cool, and they're building a lot of things. And
Dude, I missed on that rise up on BNB. I had 90 tokens at $30. And BitBoy put out this thing that all crypto was collapsing, and he fudded everybody out of it. I jumped out, and then it rose up to 100, then all the way up to $600.
oh,
Dude, I lost like 100K or something like that because of that. You know what I mean? And
so
I'm like, whatever, 70K, I don't even know, but a lot. And I'm like, I'm not missing this time because of
so
FUD or people scared, so I don't know. I might have to jump into that coin that you're talking about.
so
I
because
haven't
I
done it
put
because
in,
when you told so
when
I bought
somebody
more
said,
OMI basically.
oh, nice. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, only,
it's so cheap. How do I not?
yeah, I understand.
You know what I mean? Like, and here's the other thing, Randy.
Yeah.
Last run, I was just putting my toes in the water. Okay. And like I bought 2,000 Cardano at 17 cents. What the hell is that? Like $100? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't I buy thousands of dollars worth of Cardano? And then when it rose up to $3, you know why I didn't sell? Because it was only 6 grand.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's got to go higher, right? No, it's not even worth selling at this point. And then I rode it 95% of the way down for whatever.
So because I put my remaining $3,500 into that token, and I have rent on Friday, I will pay rent, and then I will use the last couple $100 in my account to go in and buy these Marvel Mighty Copters, because I'm a sick individual.
Dude, you are a legend. Let me tell you. Like, who does that? You know what's amazing to me is like you're like you still live like you're in poverty, but you're like an absolute millionaire.
So
I love it. I love
here's
it.
here's one wall,
Right.
and then I will. Now I do have. I'll count how many steps I have to take.
Randy's gonna be at like 600 million, and
So
he's gonna have a shack in like freaking some island.
one sidestep, and I get to the other side of the room.
That's
So
incredible.
that's what I live with right now.
Oh, so you see this piece of artwork up here? Let me show you this. This is cool. So it's not, you see it right there?
Yeah, that's epic.
Look close. It's actually torn up pieces of comic book.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Isn't that cool? I got to show you this other one. It's from this artist that's local. I'm going to have to buy like an original though, but check this one out.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then look close. It's all Marvel Comics.
Oh,
isn't that freaking sweet?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I'm going to have him custom make me a Ghostbusters one, I think. But you know why I shouldn't do that? Because I should be buying more OMI.
Yes, agreed.
So, dude, you're going to be that guy that's in freaking, what island are you talking about? You want to go to Madagascar?
Oh, yes.
You're going to be in a shack, like 600 million deep, and it's going to be like the size of that room you're in right now. And you're going to be like, I can't afford a toilet because the stray dogs down the street need food, and I have to feed them.
Who needs a toilet when you can go outside? You know?
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It's gonna be incredible.
yeah. So I hope money doesn't change me too much, but I hope it does change me so that I live comfortably, in the
Yeah.
future. Um, we'll see.
Um, yeah, so it didn't change me much. I mean, I don't have a ton of money, but like we hit our first million a couple years ago. I think like 2 years
Nice.
ago. And me and my wife just went out to like Longhorn, had steaks. We were like, cool. I think I had a cheeseburger
Nice.
because I like cheeseburgers. You know what I mean?
I remember when I first became a millionaire and I went to, I had to go live, so I texted my girlfriend at the time,
Hmm.
um, and then I remember, um, I don't, I hate that I let this get to me, but my, what's the opposite of like a cheerleader, like naysayer, I guess.
Yeah.
So my biggest naysayers were the people that adopted me from Peru. Everything I did, there was absolutely no support. They were the biggest naysayers. So
Yeah, I
I
don't really hear
remember,
you talk about it much. You don't really like, I don't mean to like sidestep your story, but
oh no, it's fun.
you don't really
Uh,
like spend the holidays with them or nothing, do you?
no, I spent Thanksgiving with Lori and her family.
So do you still talk to them?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. All
um,
right. Go back to your story. My bad.
yeah. So whether it was boxing or the military or counting cards, any business I don't want to go into, Pokemon cards or high risk lending.
Hmm.
They were always like, "Oh, this is a dumb idea. This is a stupid idea. This is not smart." And then finally, when I went to get crypto, get into NFTs, like I don't know what that is. That's stupid. I should go back to
Right.
school. So when I texted them like, "Hey, all the stupid ideas that I've done the last few years led to me just becoming a millionaire,"
Yeah.
and the text that I received back was, "Don't forget our mortgage." I was like,
Wow. Unbelievable. Right? So like my portfolio is in like my real estate, right?
"Yeah,
So do I have a million liquid? No, of course not, you know. But I will when OMI goes up. Oh. But
yeah,
so but I thought about that like why is it because I see this on a lot of these people's properties. Um they've taken care of like every relative they have. And I'm like,
oh,
why is it that like it's assumed that once you become like mega rich that you have to take care of everyone you know? When you're just a regular dude,
yeah,
nobody's coming to you for anything.
yeah."
You know?
Um,
It's
that's
almost
why
like you don't want people to know because they're going to look at you differently.
yeah. So I don't think I've talked about. I think I've talked about this with one person, and it was. Well, I don't know if I'd say who, but it was, "Hey, what are you gonna do?" Because eventually, after all this is said and done, I would like to eventually settle down, um, in the future and just have
And
a
have little Randys running around.
no. Well, I probably should, but I don't think I can.
Yeah, okay.
Um, the just when I go out eventually into like the dating world,
Yeah.
how do I make sure that they want me for me versus, oh, hey,
Yep.
you have Lozomi and you have all these people that love you, and it's like, that's hard to separate. So should I start doing it now? But now I would not be a good boyfriend because I just don't have time. Like I don't have.
Yeah. You could just
Uh,
marry some hot supermodel from Madagascar.
do those exist there? There are hot
I don't
supermodels in Madagascar.
know. I would
I
assume, right? Isn't there hot women everywhere?
I guess Miss Madagascar probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Um, if I can get into better shape and take care of myself a little more, then yeah, I would feel like I deserve that a little bit. But
You got to do some intermittent fasting.
I do that every day.
Do you?
Um, so I think part of the reason why I'm not 300 pounds is because I intermittent fast and I
Yeah.
don't drink anything but water and liquor sometimes, but
Yeah.
mostly water. Like I don't drink soda, I don't drink iced tea. It's
Okay.
just
Yeah. Like I'm on a fast right now, but I'm on day 3 and I'm going to go, I think, till Friday.
oh, like a fast, like
Yeah. But just liquids.
wow,
So I could still do like a, so like some days I'll just have like a Red Bull, coffee, and some water, and then uh like I think I had a pulp smoothie today, but like that's it.
Yeah.
But I just do it because honestly, it's amazing how like when you fast. I was actually talking to Doc about this, or Doctor of Stuff, and um, you become like laser focused, and it's kind of crazy like how like all your senses are heightened, and when you don't eat, and it also kind of is humbling, to where you realize like I'm not really anything because I'm dying for food.
Yeah.
But like
That's
if
quick.
if a situation arose where I couldn't eat, like I'm in trouble because I can
Yeah,
feel it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a humbling thing too.
definitely.
But it's also
But
like a great little way to shed some weight too, every
it
now and then.
is. Um, yeah, I think that also part of the reason why I like living like this is because I know most other people can't or won't, and it's just if God forbid you have this like nightmare scenario where stuff is out like in New York we had Hurricane Sandy or have blizzards every now and then, and
Yeah,
there's just no power, there's no heat, and oh, I'll be fine. And other people are just going to complain for like 5 days,
right.
and I just don't want to be one of those people that, you know,
Yeah. Dude,
um,
and speaking of which, talking about freak storms, side note, how about all the polar storms that we've been having? Like, I
I've
don't
heard
ever
about them.
remember any kind of storm like that growing up. Uh, for instance, like it would be negative like 30 degrees, and like the next day it's like 30 degrees, like 60 to 80 degree temperature swings.
Yeah,
It's
it's
crazy.
yeah, I don't know how that happens or why or
I think it's a lot
um,
to do with heart. I know
it's
we're not
possible.
going back into that, but yeah,
But yeah, that's definitely possible.
you
So
know.
answer Big A over here. He says MMX is the M2 token, but 94% of the volume's on Uniswap, not M2. Well, the M2 exchange literally just launched like yesterday, like 20 hours ago.
How,
So
how's the
that's like
token doing?
um
Like, did
went
it
to
skyrocket up or no?
it did for a little bit, and then a lot of people sold on the news of like the exchange. So it went up to like 350 at one point.
Yeah.
It's down to 278 right now.
Okay.
Um, so it's still up from where
Which is pretty
yeah,
good.
yeah. But I think it eventually goes like because again they haven't really done any marketing, like they
Yeah.
haven't done any like hired any influencers or anything.
Right. So
Which
you got to wait for it to get in a holding pattern,
well
right?
yeah we got to wait for people to really kind of like push it, and then once they do that then that'll um,
Is that why you're going to is that like the big thing over in Dubai? Are you going to be
no that's for so originally it started because that guy Rashid Al Farooq, Dr. Rashid Al Farooq, he owns Speedy Comics and he's got that the largest pop culture convention in the Middle East. And he's like,
okay?
"Hey, come out. I thank you for inviting me on the podcast. This was fun. Come out. Let's hang out." I was like, "Okay."
You're like,
Um,
"Okay."
yeah. But then he had like he had a couple Veve things, and I got his I got his KYC approved. Like I had to work with like a couple guys from Veve to like push it through because it wasn't accepting it. I was like, "It's good. I
Yeah.
promise it's good. He's going to give us access to this." So then I happened to tell uh, David about it, and I was like, "Hey, he said that he would give you guys a booth. I think this guy who advises some of the other Gulf Royal family members, you should probably meet him." And he's like,
Yeah.
"Well, can we still go if we don't have a booth?" And I was like, "It should be fine. So let me ask." And he said, "Yeah, yeah, you can totally still come out. David would want to see his collection, so." David and Dan are likely going to go there, and just not as Vivi though. They'll just go from themselves. So
Yeah, they're just going. Yeah.
but I'll be there anyway, and just
That's incredible.
yeah, it's like the liaison, and then just to go. So here's why I also don't think that they'll hire me for Vivi community manager, because then I might not be able to do stuff like that for them. I feel like
Yeah.
I'm already in the place that they want me to be in. Um,
Right.
so whoever
Yeah, I
gets
kind
it,
of thought about that too. I'm like, they kind of want you probably where you're at. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah,
Like, I just don't see it as a fit. They probably want something different, I would think, right?
yeah. Um, I
Not
mean,
that you wouldn't be good at it. It's just you're good at what you already do,
yeah.
you
I
know?
think I'm egotistically like the best at what I already do.
Yeah.
So for them to take me away from that, so they can pay me to do something else, it's.
Right.
But I mean, also, the community manager will inevitably get a lot of hate, and that's the job might be easy, but like the
Yeah.
flack and you need some thick skin.
Dude, I know
So
you guys go through it because just me my little post today got all kinds of flack. I'm like, you guys must get hit up like all the time with crap.
yeah, there's oh, Jordan, me and you, we have the same amount of M2. We
What
got
up,
the same
Riz?
amount of the MMX. Um, but yeah, so like you were saying before, like we need the influencers to come back, like the bear market. This has been a long bear market,
Yeah.
and it's just been hard for people. So
Well, that's why I was like, I got to come on the show or something. We got to get some stuff jumping off or something
give
because
some rise.
yeah, we need some people coming on because a lot of people left and it's unfortunate. I get why they left because everyone's hating on them, you know.
Yeah, we need Taps back. I talk
Dude,
to
yeah,
Taps every
that's
now and then.
another guy. What happened to Taps?
So
Like,
I'll
tie him up and like kidnap him and bring him on the show.
so I went and so I talked to him not a lot, but I talked to him at least once a month. And last year he got a new job, and the
Yeah,
new job.
unacceptable. Where's the show?
So it pays him a lot, and he is on. He works a lot.
Yeah,
No, it's worth it because he makes a fudge ton of money. But then he was planning the wedding, and the wedding happened, which is fine. And then he's like, I'll come back after the wedding. And then he's like, well, I have this bachelor party here, so I can't go to New York Comic Con, but I have other stuff. It's like, so now he's like, well, maybe after the holidays. Like, Taps, you
he's
keep,
just finding excuses. It's time to come back. Like I want to talk about Alluvium, you know?
yeah,
Like I'm in ILV. I don't have a lot of it, but I'm gaining on it. That's for sure.
yeah.
I even
Yeah.
bought into that Eon Rift project.
Oh,
I
I
think I
heard
was telling
about
you
that.
about. So I bought a their gold rifter.
Mhm.
Um, that is kind of like buying a gold VV logo here.
Yeah,
It's like same thought process. Like you're gonna get unlocked, all this, all that, and I'm like, cool. I'm just jumping into different projects, just diversifying. And I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and that's probably the only reason why I'm in it, as you can see. But that's actually my kids. Yeah, that thing I showed you earlier next to the bass. That's my kid's artwork. He's buying artwork
that's awesome.
at 14,
He's smart.
right? He's got comics too. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to teach him young, you know?
That's good. I wish. So if part of the reason that me and my people that adopted me don't really get along so much is that I do think that parenting for most of time, you might have had one big change each generation. Like in the 1900s, okay, you have radio that comes out. Now you have to deal with voices on the radio, but they're adults. They're mostly, approved things. And
Yeah.
then you have television. That's something different, but again, made by adults. But, raising kids where the internet's in its infancy, and then you don't know how to, like, that's never happened before. Nobody's
Yeah.
ever had the internet. So you don't know how to deal with it. You don't know what it is. Most people over the age of 60 still don't really understand. They might know Facebook, they might know whatever, but
Yeah.
it moves so quickly, and you have one that happening in conjunction with, hey, here's this kid that we don't really know who the parents are. We don't know what this kid's going to be like. And then I'm going to kind of pat myself on the back here. Um, I was quite a bit smarter, and that old saying like, "Oh, I bet you have an answer for everything, don't you?" Well, I mean, you're asking these questions, and I'm giving you answers, and you don't like it because it's maybe you're not understanding it or whatever. Um, if I had had someone like you, or just someone that taught basic economic principles,
Yeah.
I would have been a millionaire by like 26, 25.
Oh
I
yeah.
wouldn't have,
Yeah.
like, I did all this after I got out of the military at 26. From 26 to 30, I did it in 4 years.
Yeah.
If I had any amount of guidance when I was younger, I would have done it so much earlier.
For sure. Like we play one of the games we play around the house with the kids is cash flow. Have you ever heard of cash flow?
No, tell me about it.
It's like it's a game from Rich Dad Poor Dad, but it's so much fun.
Okay.
And it's basically teaching them how to keep a profit and loss sheet. And
Okay.
all you do is you flip real estate, stocks, bonds, all kinds of stuff. And the idea is to get enough cash flow so that you uh, can so you can retire. That's the whole point of the game, and the kids love it.
Yeah, that's a great game.
So, like, imagine if I would have. I think the same way you think. Like, dude, nobody told me all this stuff.
Yeah.
If I would have known what they know at their age, like, I'm planning on my kids being stacked, and knowing what they're doing with finances, you know. And one of our goals is for our my older son to have one of his first rental properties before he even has his driver's license almost.
That's
You
so
know what I
cool.
mean? Like he'll be buying a rental probably the same time he's getting his car
That's
and
cool.
hopefully paying cash.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I know that, yeah, you can get a loan, but it just, it's whatever. But I want him to be set up for life, and we weren't set up that way. I went
I,
and spent all my money on booze and women, and right, and didn't even know how to balance a checkbook. And my parents moved out on me. They threw me the keys and they said I had 2 weeks to get out after I graduated. They said, "We're
nice
going to
kick in,
Florida. See ya."
nice kick in the pants.
Yeah, and I'm like, "What? Like, no way." like now I gotta, sink or
Yeah.
swim.
I do respect people like Big A as well, that they'd made it to seven figures, but he attributes it to his education and help from his parents. So
Yeah,
like that's really cool.
yeah.
I
I mean,
like that when
obviously, it's yeah. Well, your parents is supposed to teach you these things.
yeah.
You
I
know what I
mean,
mean?
so
Like,
I guess in a way, my mom had like this like spending problem, and in a way they kind of told me what not to do because
yeah,
they were always in debt. They just got awful with money, and there's just like so that was a so yeah. I guess you could say they did teach me some things, albeit in a really weird way.
yeah. Like people like to get on Trump about, oh, he wouldn't have anywhere without his dad's wealth. It's like, dude, I'm helping my kid buy his first property. Why would
Yeah,
I not?
I,
Like I'm gonna teach him and like I'm gonna have a business with my son. I have multiple businesses, right? We are for sure having a business together. It's just what I want to do because I love my son, you know, and I want him to teach him and nurture him, and I want him to succeed. That's what the rich do.
yeah. I feel like there was two things on that. Where Trump mentions, yeah, I got a small loan from my dad for $1 million.
Yeah,
If you give most people in America $1 million, they will squander it away within a year.
yeah,
Most people just don't know how to invest, don't know how to spend money. The other thing I want to mention is that I feel like back in the day, it used to be normal, like to have a business, like a family business, like, oh, father and son, big dreams.
yep.
This is our goal. And I feel
It's
like
what
it
America was
really,
founded on.
yeah, like I feel like that was a thing. Father and son used to have big dreams together, and that just went away, over the
Yeah.
time of me growing up, and that's kind of sad. So I'm glad you're carrying that on.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to change it so that they'll have it better than we did,
Yeah.
I'm only now coming into uh, where I should have been 20 years ago.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're doing for your kid what Big A did, or Big A's dad did with him, saying his dad bought rentals, and started helping them from age 11, managing by
Yep.
16.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the plan.
it's a good plan. I like
Yeah.
that. I've also noticed that from the clients that I had in the high risk lending, the people that I work with, and even like the whales I know now, it seems that most wealthy people, all they really want to do is pass on what they know to a worthy successor.
Yeah.
And I feel like you have a lot of people from the lower class that just be like, they kind of villainize the 1%, and they just say, oh, well, they have money and money goes to money. And it's like, listen, yes, do you a lot of times have to know someone? Sure. But you also have to work hard. Like
Yeah.
some, guy worth 8 or 9 figures is not going to tell his secrets to any Yahoo on the street. Like he's only
Yeah.
going to do
You
that to
figure
people
like
that are worthy.
that's what they all do. I mean, I was saying earlier, like I worked on Jim Haslam's house, right?
Hmm.
I never really saw Jim Haslam. He was always working, right? And every time I go to his house to work, he's not there because he's working all the time, right? His wife's there, his dog's there, right? And where are his kids? His kids are studying in Italy and, alongside the businesses as well, right?
Yeah,
So all these people, they're they're all trying to train them to take on the wealth that they have established so it doesn't go away,
no.
you know?
I think it is what, 2, 3 generations. Usually wealth lasts for that long, and then somewhere
Yeah.
along the line,
Yeah.
it something happens and goes
They all
away.
become, hey.
Yeah,
They forget how to use a screwdriver and they become entitled, right?
that is a thing that happens. Um,
Yeah.
it's like the thing, hard times create strong men create good times, creates weak men create hard times, create strong men. Cycle goes.
Right. Yeah,
But
like my kids take care of the chickens, right? They love the chickens. We have like 15 of them. We get
awesome.
a ridiculous amount of eggs,
Yeah.
right? And who knew that that was going to be the new gold standard? You know what I mean? Like I could sell a dozen eggs for like $5, $6. That's insane.
I so I remember in Kuwait where my diet was pretty crazy, but part of my diet was each meal I would eat 6 hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah.
So I'd be having I'm sorry, I'd be having 18 eggs a day. Um,
Wow.
and if I tried to do that now, it'd be so much money every day. It'd be so much money.
Yeah.
You
Dude,
know,
and I'm like, I'm mining Bitcoin. I should have like 50 more chickens instead. you know, but who knew? And
yeah,
I actually got chickens originally because I was like, it's just something to have in case things do go south. Chickens produce food all the time.
yeah, every
And
day.
they eat all the kids waste so much food, dude.
Mhm.
And they eat all the table scraps no matter what it is. They don't care.
I heard chickens and pigs. You can give them anything.
Yeah, anything. I
Right.
try not to give them chicken because I feel bad, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
But like they're meat eaters. They'll eat meat.
Oh yeah, my friends in Ohio from like years back, they had a bunch of chickens, and they were like dinosaurs. They were just like pecking these bugs, and they were just going
Yeah.
around and murdering these
Dude,
insects.
mine was eating a frog the other day. Like they eat snakes and frogs too.
Yeah, dude, they're murderers. They're hunters.
Yeah, they are.
Um, and then
It's wild.
what I noticed that I might have had it once or twice in a place that I didn't really recognize it or that I wasn't appreciative of it. but the yolks are these deep, like orange yolks, and
They're
it's just like,
so good.
oh,
Oh, I crush it every day. Well, not, normally every day.
yeah. I am, I am so, I'm so jealous. I can't wait to get a bunch of those good chickens somewhere at a house.
Dude, you're gonna get it someday. You're
Yeah.
gonna get your super. So check this out. My kid was looking up property. We were talking about getting an island somewhere for some reason,
Mhm.
and he started looking up property in the Bahamas. You know, you can get 100 acres in the Bahamas for like 450K right now.
How much of that is like serviceable land that you can go and like use?
Both sides were beachfront. It was both sides of the island. There was a road that ran in between, and there was houses on the island. I'm like, that's insane, dude. Give me a shack, drop it on the island, and I'm good.
So if there was beaches, like you can't really use that for like farming. So
No,
it would,
no, not at all.
yeah,
No, just to enjoy.
that's true.
So,
Yeah,
but it's 100 acres. I mean, it's a lot of land.
that's true.
So, you know what I mean? And there was plenty to farm there.
Oh,
But
okay.
I,
So you had,
yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be like this, farmer that's all I do. I mean, honestly, Randy, if you go to Madagascar and you have hundreds of millions of dollars, you're not going to be like living like you're 100% broke.
yeah, it's true. And
I mean, you're
so
going to have some servants.
I would need, well, when I go and do this, at least in the beginning, it would probably cost a couple hundred grand a year just in security, where I'd
Yeah.
have to go to my old military buddies, like, okay, I'll
Yep.
pay you good money, but you have to secure the perimeter of these things, and you're gonna have to shoot some poachers, and they'll jump at the chance. They'll love to do it.
Yeah.
But I have to work with, it's gonna
Well, I
be,
noticed I was looking in when all the COVID crap was going on. I was like, man, it'd be nice to get a place in Mauritius, right? And Mauritius is an island that's just north of Madagascar. Have you ever seen pictures of Mauritius?
I don't think so,
It's
no.
it's like one of the most beautiful areas on the planet. And it only costs $250,000 to become a citizen there. All
Hmm,
you have to do is buy a house
nice.
for $250,000.
I'll do it. Let's do it.
Right.
Let's get that bread.
And you're in paradise.
Oh yeah, I'm in.
You're right. So think about the things that Madagascar probably offers. You know what I mean? They just want people to come.
Yeah. I think I think Eva was telling me about there's something like that in Bali, where Bali's super cheap and you can
Yeah.
gain like residency really easily. It's like, oh, sounds so good.
Yeah, my old business partner married a woman in the Philippines. And dude, you could go to the Philippines. Our dollar is like 50 to 1 there.
Yeah.
So he would go there with like 10 grand and he was Donald Trump. He was like the black Donald Trump because he was black. And like he could buy anything
Yeah.
and stay in the most luxurious places ever. And it was nothing.
There's one of the things that I've thought about. Have you heard of passport bros?
Uh-uh.
It's guys that for whatever reason are not seeing eye to eye with the women, in the West in America. They
Hmm.
get their passport and they go to Thailand, Philippines, Russia,
Yeah.
and
He was
anywhere
the
with,
same way. He was
yeah,
like, I'm never marrying an American woman.
yeah. And then he goes and they find a wife and they yeah, and they live happily ever after. They ride
Yeah.
off in the sun.
Yeah.
The reason why I chose Madagascar, Big A, is just because Madagascar has the most endangered species in the world in one area. So that's why I chose Madagascar.
Caribbean is not safer. Haven't you ever heard of the Pirates of the Caribbean?
I mean, probably safer in the tourist areas.
Jack
Um,
Sparrow's gonna get you.
dun, 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 dun. Uh,
Or I should say Legacy. Legacy's gonna get you.
Wait, what's Legacy?
Legacy of Bermuda.
Oh yeah,
Or the
yeah.
Jolly Roger.
There's a Yeah, we
Couple
gotta
E2
get
guys, right?
yeah, we gotta get some more A2. Aria Realty wants to start making content again.
Yes. Arya needs to open up a little bit more. He always seems like he's very like he doesn't want to make a video when he makes the video.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we do a lot. I mean, he's chill in real life. Like we just, he's funny and like open-ended about things. But yeah, I guess in the videos he's a little more, closed off. We'll work on it. We'll get him a couple drinks in first before we do it next time. But I'll get him on again.
Did we lose him?
I could see you. Can you see me? Gonna turn up the heat in 2024.
Turn up the heat. Yes, we are Legacy. Definitely gonna turn up that heat.
Alien Legacy. You missed our alien talk. It was amazing. Yeah, damn, we've been at it for 4 hours now. We've been going hard.
It's definitely lagging.
Oh, can you not hear me? Or see me? Try turning off your Wi-Fi and then turning it on again.
Did it end?
No, it didn't end. Let me shoot you a text. Right? No, yeah, we're still live. Let me send you a text message.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Turn your Wi-Fi off and on again. I can still see and hear you. Because you can, I guess you can see, but I guess you can see the comments.
Oh, you can. Okay. What happened to Randy?
Yeah, we're still here. I don't try leaving and coming out.
It's now the Bill show. I can't control anything though. Pull up. I'll see the chat though.
Maybe I can call him.
Who's still in here? Jordan. Wait. Is he coming back on? No.
I'll call him. I'll see if that helps. You're about to hear both of these go live.
What's up?
So you might have to go out and then come back again.
Okay.
Yeah, so go out and come back, and then
I can see you on my laptop now.
Oh, okay. I don't know why it's not. You could log into StreamYard on your laptop.
Okay.
Oh yeah, now you're frozen on my screen.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah.
Why are you telling me I look so terrible?
Okay.
Okay.
Big guy says I cut out for a minute and came back.
You were gone for like minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so wild.
Except you kept pulling up the feed. It was just lagging the whole time.
Oh, all right. Yeah, no, but they say I'm back. We were both live, but you guys are frozen for sure. Oh yeah, you're not live. So yeah, go out and come back in. Or do it on live. All right. So we've been going on for about. Oh, yeah, you're back. Or maybe you're. Oh, maybe you were. Okay, there we go. Yes, it has been a. Well, we'll go over a couple of the banners here. Stealing Manhattan. Link down below to that amazing book where I'll be in the movie. We're going to start filming next year. And then Grumpy Cat Coin. I should make a banner for BoJack as well. Should probably be something I should do. We'll talk. But up for like 2 seconds. Oh, okay. Very good. Ooh, my hips went away. My hips were dying. But now I am going to go back onto the smash that like button. Smash that. Smash that. Oh, okay, take up. Everyone can go smash that like button. That is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon. Smash that super thanks button down below. Lex Friedman posts, Elon Musk is not anti-Semitic. This is obvious to anyone who knows him well. I hope advertisers don't boycott X. This platform is too important.
I'm back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. Remember those commercials?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Good. Some big A's and everyone's betting Veve versus review video. The guy reviewed it like he was a great. Yeah, futters are always gonna love that. So that does remind me. We are you're about 3.5 hours into it. I'm about 4 hours into it.
Yeah.
It is almost 2 a.m. What would you like to go over before we end it for our
Before I gotta get back to the job site in 4 hours?
before I have to
I mean, we covered a lot of stuff.
cover a lot of stuff.
Aliens are real. What else? Ghosts are real.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot is definitely real.
Mhm.
Although nobody can seem to get a good video of him for some reason.
It's all potato quality.
And I mean, I'm just super bullish about all these projects we're in. Oh, I wanted to talk about Eon Rift, but we'll talk about it some other time.
Okay.
I just think it's an early project. Next bull run, it'll be good.
Cool.
I'm in a bit probably too early, but I'm just caught up in the TMNT, right?
Same. I really need that MMX to pay off. If it does not, I will not go to France. If it does,
Yeah. So let's talk about it. So I don't think I'm going to go to France.
which is fine. I mean, I get it because you're coming back from Cabo like the week before, and
Yeah, but
the
I am
next.
definitely down if you have another hangout or something
We
coming
will.
up.
Well, I'll let you know about the next
Yeah,
hangout spot.
right.
We have actually. I'll talk to you off camera for a bit because there's another fun thing to talk about as well.
Okay.
But that's everyone. Thank you for coming. So yeah, we'll stay on the stream. I'll end it, but we'll talk off camera.
Okay.
Everyone, thank you for coming. Say thank you to the legend Bill Gardner. Everyone loves him. And everyone say goodbye to Dashi. Dashi, I love you. Thank you for hanging out with us for 4 hours. It was so much
Yeah.
fun.